Hi there, my name is Jason Edwards and welcome to this SimplyMaya hard surface tutorial. In this tutorial we're going to be building something a bit more science fiction, and it's going to look something like this. I suppose you could say it's a speeder of some sort, or a light spacecraft. This is the actual profile view we'll be setting up on one of our image planes in Maya, and here's a very simple front view as well, just to give us a basic rough shape as to what we want to go for. So without further ado, we'll close these off and we'll head off into Maya. Okay, as you can see I'm using version 6, but obviously some of you are going to be using a lot higher version than this, but the principles are going to remain pretty much the same. So first of all we're going to go and create a polyplane, and I'm just going to open up the inputs and just put that down to 1 for both of those, and I'm going to hit the F key and we're going to zoom in. Now what I've done before, I've taken the measurements from our images in Photoshop, and the first one we're going to do is going to be the profile view, and in Photoshop that measured up at around 15 by 25. So we're going to put 25 on our X-plane, and for our Z-plane or Z-plane we're going to be putting in 15, and there we go. So we'll just hit 5 on the keyboard to show that in shaded mode, and I'm going to right click and hit materials, assign a new material, and I'm just going to put a blend shader on there. I'm just going to drop down all the channel values for the specular, and I'm going to go and load in our profile view. So if we just open that up, okay, and I'm going to hit 6 on the keyboard just to show it in texture view, and then I'm going to rotate that around the X at 90, and there we go. So that's one of our image planes done, and then last of all we're just going to rotate this. If you hit J on the keyboard it'll snap that rotation in increments at, I'm not sure how many degrees it is, but you can eventually snap that to 90 degrees, and then I'm going to hit W for the move tool and insert just to move the pivot point, and using V on the keyboard just going to snap that down to the base of the image plane. Hit insert again, hit X, and then just snap that image plane to the base of the grid, and we're just going to move that as well to the edge of the grid. So we'll leave that one there for now, and we're going to repeat the same process for the front view. So we're going to create another polygon plane, and in our inputs just going to type 1, we don't need it any higher, and then for our height we want 15, and for our X we want 9. This is a very narrow image. Okay, and again around the X I'm just going to rotate that at 90, and I'm going to put another material on it before I forget, and again I'm just going to cancel out all the specular channels. I could have used a Lambert, but I just by habit use a blend. So now we're going to snap those back, again V key, and just to snap that, and then hit insert to bring it back in, and then X, snap that to the grid, and then send that to the back. All we need to do now is just go and pick up our image, front view, and that's done. And the next thing I want to do, I just want to name these shaders just so we know where we are with everything for later on if we come to do the texturing or whatever. So okay, so that's the profile. So I'm just going to name this image profile, and I'm going to give it the naming convention of M for material, and I'm going to repeat the same for the next one. So it's image front M. Okay, and what I'm going to do now is combine those together. I've got a shortcut on my shelf, but I think you'll find polygon combine, depending again what version of Maya you're using, because it may have moved, so it's just combine. It'll probably be in the poly menu with a bit of luck. So there you go, and we'll just delete the history on that, and we'll name those as image planes in our channel box, and we'll assign those to a layer. So just click the little icon down there. Again, it might be different in the newer version of Maya, and then just add selected objects. So we'll just turn the visibility on and off so you can see they've been assigned, and then what we're going to do, we're going to reference those layers by hitting R, and so we don't select those by accident when we come to do any modelling. And I'm just going to rename this layer as well, and that will be image planes, and again I'll put a naming convention of dis on the end, which means which is just short for display, which we're on is the display layer. I just like to keep all my naming conventions to a certain way so nothing gets too confusing later on down the line if I have to name something that might just have image planes written on it, just out of the relativity of it all. Okay, so that's our image plane set up, and we're basically ready to start doing the modelling. So first of all, I'm going to save our scene. Speed of part 1, we're going to call that. So that's all done. Excellent. Okay, right. I'll just give you a quick rundown through the sections we're going to go through before we get on with just the small blocking out of this particular model. Okay, so next part we're going to do now, we're going to start blocking in shapes. So we're just going to bring in some polygon primitives and just start to pull them around a little bit, divide them up, pull them around. For this one I'm going to be using polycube. We're going to split it in half, and we're going to instance one side, and then we'll just work on one side, and we'll just keep working on one side until we get the shape of the vehicle. And then what we're going to be doing after that is we'll start to tune the shape of the vehicle, and then we'll start to add more primitives, and then we'll start to add the detail, as you can see in these profile images here. Following that, after we've added all the detail and the vehicle's looking how we want it to look, we're going to be heading on to UVs. Now a lot of people dread UVs, but there's a few simple little tricks and tips that you can use to ease the pain, if you like. And then after that we'll be exporting the object as an OBJ, and we're going to actually be texturing this in ZBrush, but also we're doing some fine tuning as well in Photoshop. And then once we've done the sort of texturing or paint job, if you like, in ZBrush, we're going to be going back into Maya to apply those textures, and then we're going to render out a final turntable model, or just an image of the model, and we're going to be using pretty mental ray for that as well. So without further ado, let's start getting on with our modelling. So what we're going to do is just going to basically bring in a cube, and we'll just basically block out this shape for now. So I'm going to go to create, polygon primitives, and cube. So what I'm going to do is go to my side view, and I'm going to hit 6 on the keyboard, and I'm just going to move this cube into view. But what I'm going to do is just going to give it 3 divisions. In fact, we won't, we'll give it 2, because what I want to do is actually split this in half very shortly, and we'll use an instanced object on the other side, so we can see how it's looking, and we only need to work on one side that way. Okay, so we'll scale this up, and what I'm going to do is just clear the grid, because we don't need the grid, and I'm going to put the shade options into X-ray, so we can see through the cube and we can still see our image at the back. So I think what we're going to do is push this out here this way, okay, and then we're going to start, just grab these verts, start pulling a few things around. I prefer to use a cube for when I start most of my models. It's just a habit that I've gotten into over the years. Also use a cube when I create more organic models like human faces or creature faces. I just find them easy to work with. Okay, so I'm going to delete what I've done. I've selected the faces, so all I did was select face. I'll just turn that off and we'll go back to object mode. I'll just show you. Okay, so this is our object mode, so we want to go into the component mode and we want the faces. So there we go, and we'll just take that 1/2 and basically we'll just delete that, and then we'll go back to object mode. You can either right click on it and go to object mode in your little pop-up menu here, or you can go, sorry, I beg your pardon, or you can hit F8 on your keyboard and that should just take you back to your object. So now what we want to do, we want to instance this object, so it allows us to just work on 1/2 while the other side updates. So if you go to edit, I beg your pardon, yep, edit, duplicate, and we're going to instance it, and what we want to do, we're going to instance this across the X axis, and we're going to put a minus value in as well, so we'll duplicate that. There we go. And now what you'll find is if I get any of the component pieces, you can just move them around and the other side will update. So it's pretty straightforward. And what we'll do as well, we'll do shading, shade options, wireframe unshaded, so we can see our mesh at all times while we're working on it. I find this quite useful, so then you can see where everything's going and what you might want to delete or where you want to put stuff in. So it's just a little something to go by. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm back into the side view, and basically I'm just going to quickly do a bit more tuning. So we'll grab those. We're going to extrude the faces along now. Okay, so what we want to do as well, tool options, make sure our faces are kept together. I think in Maya 8.5, I think that particular setting is at the top of in the polygons menu. So do check that out. Okay, so I've got a shortcut on my shelf again, so I'm just going to extrude these faces. I'm just going to center the manipulator tool and just pull those right back. Okay, and again I'm just going to start to line stuff up very carefully, and we'll okay, so starting to take, as you can see, it's starting to take shape already. It's not superb, but it's on its way. Always keep an eye on the flow of edges, whether it's hard surface modelling or organic modelling. It's always worth just keeping an eye on everything. Keep it all tidy as much as you can, because later on when you come to do your UV setups or or for rendering as well actually. It's useful to keep everything tidy, otherwise all that calculation time all adds up. So keep it simple at first and then just gradually build the detail. It just makes life a lot easier, a lot more pleasant. Okay, so we're blocking it in quite well. Now there's one thing I didn't actually do, is if I just hide this half at the moment, let's just go back. I'm pressing Control H to hide that. When we extruded it, it's given us these extra faces because of these polys here that have come in. So what we need to do is just delete those, and it will update the instance object as well. So I just want to go show last hidden. I have a shortcut of commands on my shelf. So okay, right, I think let's just snip into our side view, and again I'm going to extrude this another couple of times. So 1, and I'm going to hit G on the keyboard, 2, 3, 4, and that one. Okay, and again we'll probably have those extra faces down the middle, so we'll get rid of those, and we'll just hit 4 just to see our wireframe. Okay. Okay, good stuff. So begin to take shape. Okay, let's zoom in. We'll start to, all we're doing now at the moment is we're just blocking out our shapes in general, just to make sure everything's going to work. It's always worth, what I find is when you're doing the 3D modelling, it's always best to have an idea of what you're about to undertake by just doing a few sketches, even if they're rougher than this. As long as you've got an idea of what you want to do, it can save a lot of time, and obviously the more you've got, then the better it should all work out for you. Some people can model freeform and do a really good job of it, but I prefer to work from my sketches or from reference or whatever. Okay, so let's have a look at that in the perspective view. Yep, it's going pretty good. Okay, right, so what we want to do, we're going to start sort of round it out a little bit more now. In fact, let's do all those together. Most of the time I tend to just grab edges when I'm doing modelling, especially when I'm doing character modelling, because you can get the forms very, very quickly. So I should have just grabbed these edges actually, but it doesn't matter because we've done the job by moving the vertices about. So we'll do that, and we'll just move those up ever so slightly just to start rounding our shape of our vehicle out. Okay, and let's get these edges. You don't have to select as much either, so as opposed to doing those vertices. Okay, that's not looking too bad. So let's go to our top view and we'll go to shaded, and we're going to just taper this ends off. Let's just check our reference. And point like this. Let's just hide our image plane layers for a little while, and we'll just round those out nicely. As you can see, that's not too bad. Probably bring those down a bit more. Probably need to tweak this. I've probably gone too far with this area. Yeah, just a bit too much. But again, it might look better for it. We'll just have to scale that back up, push those in, and we'll just move those back out. Okay, let's go back into our perspective. There we go. So as you can see, you can get the shapes very, very quickly. And what we'll need to do is, I think we'll just move those in. Again, this is stuff we'll fine tune later on, just to get it absolutely spot on. But right now we're just blocking it in, just to make sure that all our shapes are going to work for us. Yep, that's looking pretty good. Okay. Now we'll just go into our front view, just to make sure the shape's there. And again, we'll just hit X-ray mode. So we can probably come a bit narrower. But then I've only drawn the front of the cockpit for that view, so it looks like a little bit of freeform modelling, as I was on about earlier, just for this particular exercise, but that's not too bad. We'll fine tune that later on anyway, because we've got a huge engine, as you can see there, to pop in. So what we'll do, we'll lay out the rough areas for that right now. Okay, so we'll go create, polygon primitives, and we want cylinder. Okay, again, as always, I keep my divisions low, and then just once I'm happy with what I've got, the size and everything, I'll just put the values up and increase the resolution of the poly. So what we're going to do is rotate that 90 degrees around our X-plane, and then what we're going to do into our side view, and we'll scale that up. Now we're going to be building sort of like a jet engine, I suppose, because the idea of this vehicle was for it to go very, very fast. So it's quite lightweight, yet very speedy. So we'll be using some reference that we found on Google to build a half decent looking jet engine. I mean, you can build one of your own if you want to build your own style, but as like I said, I like to use reference for stuff like this. It just grounds the model a bit more, so it doesn't look too far out. Okay, right, so if we go back to object mode, and now we'll just increase the resolution. What's happened to that? Bit strange. Anyway, we can snap those back, those vertices, not a problem. Let's do that right now. So F8, and we'll just 18. Oh, there it goes again. Actually, let's create a new one. Actually, no, we'll leave it there actually for now. That's behaving itself there. I'm going to get rid of those anyway, those ends. So that's not too bad. We'll get rid of those now. Okay. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just sort the ends out. I'm just going to cap those. I'm going to fill the hole, and then I'm going to extrude the face, and then we'll just make these little extra parts on the end of the engine. Just again, we're just blocking this out, and then we'll refer to something a bit later on. So I'm just pressing G all the time with the extrude tool, and the last one, and then I'm just scaling that down. So as you can see, beginning to take shape. Okay, so we'll just see how far we've got to do with this end. So we'll just select the edge and hit W for our move tool. And that's our basic blocking out of our vehicle, and we're going to end that part there right now, and in the next section we're going to start tuning the shape and putting in more detail. So I'll see you then. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. In this section we're going to start sort of tuning the shape, and we're going to start to add some more loops and stuff, just so we can start to get the shape of our vehicle looking more like what we've got here on our image planes. So we'll just jump straight in and we'll start getting on with that, and I'm just going to hit into the side view. So what I want to do now is I'll start to cut this up a bit more. So I'm going to select the edge and MJ Poly Tools. I think in the newer versions of Maya this is actually built in, so you may want to check your menus. I'm just going to do an edge loop split, and then I'm going to move these around a bit more so we can start rounding out the shape that we want. We'll probably need to do a few more of these. This is what I would like to do, is get the shape of this, the cockpit window, and we should be able to extract that from the mesh at some point later on down the line, probably be in the next section when we start to add excuse me, more detail. So just start to move things down and around. That's not too bad. And we'll pop another one there. Okay, that'll be for the vent area at the top here. So we can now move that forward. As you can see, we're just slightly out off our mesh, but it doesn't matter because we've still got plenty of time to correct these little things. So what I will do is we'll move that there, and we'll stick that one just on the end there. start to bring that back as well. Okay, right, let's have a look here. I might take a loop down and through here. I know we'll have a triangle, but we can get rid of that later on. It's not a problem. Okay, so just going to stick some more loops in here, and we'll just give that a bit more of a shape nearer the actual design that we've got. And what I'll do, I'll scale that one. There we go. So that's not too bad. Okay, let's just go and have a look at our general shape. Yep, we're getting there. Good. Okay, so again, I'm just going to put in some detail. In fact, we'll move that down to there, and then we'll add a loop there. So what I will do, let's just see how we get on with this bit for now. Okay, right, I'm going to put that there for now. I'm not too worried about this section here, because we did start with a cube, so we may get some oddities in our mesh at the moment. So I'm just going to just bring that round there, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete this edge just here, so not to worry there, because I'm going to join that straight back up and move that into place for the cockpit window. Okay, so let's see where we're at. Okay, that's looking pretty good. So I think what we need to do is actually get rid of those there now. I think, let's have a look, because we want to put some edges in there. Okay. Okay, right, we'll do this for now. I know we're going to have a giant 5-sided polygon there, but we'll sort all this geometry out as we go. So if I go quiet for a moment, you know I'm figuring out the mesh as I go, as you do while you're creating these things. If we just nip into the front view, we'll put a couple of, well, actually we'll put an extra edge there, which is fine, and then back to the side view, just to again put that shape in, and we'll start to move all this around a bit more as well. Okay, so now I'm going to just keep the flow like it is on the model, and we'll split that edge there, and then we'll just slide that just into there, and we'll just join that up on there, which is fine. Okay, right, that's done, and we'll start to pop in. This is just to get the outline of the cockpit again, and we'll run that edge just off there, and then we can join this up, and there we go. So now we've got a bit more to work with, so we can now start to block in, or sorry, I beg your pardon, tune the shape a bit more. And what you may want to do as well is to start deleting some history. As you can see, I've got a bit of history build up going on here, so we'll need to start getting rid of some of that, because otherwise our system will slow down and might crash. So, and what I'm going to do with this is run that up to there for now, and run another through there, as you can see. Sorry if the grid's getting in the way, I'll just turn that off and just show you what I've done. I've just created a new edge loop just there, and all I'm going to do is delete this edge just there, so it keeps it nice four sides down in that area there. Don't worry, I'm not too worried about this at the moment, because there's still a fair bit to do. So we can just start to keep the polys a bit more equal as well. Okay, let's go back to our side view, see how we're doing. Start to get that shape for that air intake at the front there. Now I'll just level that there. In fact, see how that goes there, then we can get an idea of how the shape is progressing for that area. So I might just want to bring that in a bit more. Just round that. Okay, we're looking good. So as I said, we want to delete some history. So basically, you can, if you've got a shortcut on your shelf, you can hit that, or if you haven't, go to Edit, Delete by Type, and History. And all our history is gone. Excuse me. And because we've been using the MJ, if you're using the MJ Polytool plugin, I've actually got a clean mesh script as well that will run and will clean out any extra nodes that may have built up. And a good way to view those nodes on any object in any scene, depending on what you're doing, you can go to the hypergraph, which you can find in the window setting. Again, I've got a keyboard shortcut, and as you can see, okay, so we'll hit our object, and there we go. So it will show you all of these little bits and pieces, and we've still got loop splits in there. So by running that script, hopefully they'll all disappear, and it will just end up with our instanced shape and our poly shape. Okay, so we've got a nice clean mesh, nice clean scene. So what I'm going to do is save this scene as part 2. We'll just find our tutorial and save this as part 2. Okay, and we can get on. Right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to hide the image planes for the moment, and we're going to start to tune the shape at the back now, so it's all looking a bit pointed. Let's just level those out in the side view, and you can do that by hitting X or V just to snap all the points either to the grid or to just align them. So I'm just going to use the grid at the moment, and just a little bit out there. Let's get our image planes back up. Okay. Let's just round these off. Again, keep going around the shape and just checking how things are progressing. You know, there will be areas that will need tweaking for sure. Just keep looking at the shape as well. Excuse me. Another good way to view stuff, just to see how the shape is getting on generally, if you hit 7 on your keyboard, and it'll bring up a silhouette, and you'll be able to tell how your shape is actually looking, whether it's pleasing to the eye. Just to see how, as I say, see how things are progressing, whether the shape is looking right. You might get strange little issues of things sticking out in odd ways. As you can see there on this, it's square. We want it to be round, or more round. So we just pull those areas about. So just a small tip there for you. Always check your silhouette, if you can. That's one of the things I tend to do as well if I'm doing character modelling, just by checking those areas. I beg your pardon, just by checking the shape of the model in a silhouetted view, see how your edges and curves are all flowing, how the object's actually looking. Okay, I think we want to bring that one in. So bring these in. Bring it out. I've selected some vertices there, so I'm just going to snap those back together. There we go. And the other thing I think we do need to do is actually pop the models of the fuselage of the vehicle and the engine. We'll stick those on some layers as well. Just check that in the top view. Just get everything to line up a bit more. And again, you could use V to snap it to all the points. And we'll just see where we go with that one. Keep missing that one. There we go there. We'll just have to quickly jump back into our perspective. No, I've gone too far with that one. So what we'll do, we'll pull that back out. And we'll lower that a bit more. Okay, right, so as I said, we want to put the model on some display layers. So we'll create a new layer and we'll add the selected object, and we'll call that speeder body. And again, using naming conventions, we'll put a dis on the end of that because it's the display layer. And we'll save that, and we'll add selected object, and we'll do the same for the engine. We'll just delete some history off there as well, and a new layer, add selected object, double click that, and we'll call that speeder engine underscore, and again naming convention of dis for display layer. You could put D, but you might get confused with something else later on down the line depending what you're modelling. So it's always good to put just like these sort of semi-abbreviations just to keep things tidy in the scene. If it was a render layer, despite the fact that if I was creating a render layer, I would do this. I'd put speeder, oops, too many E's, it would help if you could spell, and then put ren on the end of it, just so it stands for render, or render layer. So I'll cancel that one and we'll get rid of that. So it's just little things like that can just help things along, keep the scenes all tidy and stuff like that. So, and also we'll name this engine and body. Okay, so onwards and upwards. display there. There we go. Okay, and look at our mesh. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just follow that loop through there. That's not going to matter too much. So we can do that now, just so we can keep things all tidy. Again, I'm just using the split polygon tool here. You could run an edge loop split, which would probably stop about there, and then you just have to join it out with the split polygon tool. So, okay, right, how are we doing? Okay, so what we can do is start to balance out the polygons a bit more tuning, as always. It might seem a little bit tedious at this stage, but unfortunately that's the way it has to be with most of your models. There's no easy way. Just round this out a bit more as well. Okay, we'll head up towards the air vent as well very shortly. Still think we need to tune this end part here. So it's a bit of a mess just there. And again, I'll just hide the image planes. And what we're going to do on this end part, we're going to add some small detail areas or some sort of little gizmos just to fill out the detail there on the end a bit later on. But that should suffice for now here. That's looking a lot tidier now. That's better. I'm happy with that, which is good. Okay, so I'm just going to head into the side view again. We're just going to round out the front of that a bit more. Again, if you can, keep the polygons as evenly spaced as you can manage. Obviously there are going to be times where you can't and you'll get a bit of bunching, but if you can keep them, as I say, as evenly spaced as possible, then it makes life a bit easier when you come to do UV mapping. Let's just pull those around. Let's leave that there, and we'll add an extra loop there. We're not by any means worried about poly count for this particular tutorial, although we don't want to be heading into the millions, but we just want to have a reasonable amount that we can work with. Okay, how are we doing? So let's just move that up, just round that out slightly, just there, and we'll just bring that down. So we want a bit more in the shape there, so we'll probably bring that up. Okay, and just bring that down a bit more there, and we'll bring that forward. And what we'll do is I'm going to run an edge loop there because I want to get that a bit of a sharper edge just in there. So we'll just slide that there, and we can grab these, I hope. Give that more of an edge there, and again I'm just going to even the polys out there a bit more, just so it's not too much bunching. And there we go. That's not too bad. Okay, so we'll save that, and we'll now head on down to the engine, I think. Actually no, we won't. We'll tune these areas actually. Let's just have a look in that side view again. Yeah, those will need to come in. Probably need to bring that there a bit more. And what we'll do, we'll grab these edges. Let's just run select contiguous edges. There we go. And we can just, let's see, we don't want too many, because those are, we've already dealt with those at the back there, and that one there. We'll just slide those in a bit more, just to give it a rounder shape. I will be converting it to a subdivision surface, or we'll do a smooth poly on it a little bit later, just to see how the shape is progressing in a more organic kind of way. Although it's a hard surface model, we'll use sort of more organic techniques to tune it up. Okay, so I'm going to run a loop through there, just so we can get more of a round shape here now. And also we'll just hide the engine for a moment, because we don't really need these areas here, and we'll just delete those. We're going to need that for a while, so just put the engine back up. Yep, and we'll do those two there as well. Okay. So basically all I'm going to do is run an edge loop split command along there. There we go. So now we've got some more geometry to play with, and basically start to round out our shape a bit better as well. Let's just hide the image planes, and we'll start to pull these about. Let's just round there and there. There we go. So it's looking quite nice now, and we'll just do the same under here. As you can see, I don't need to select too many edges, just enough to whoops, pull stuff about. There we go. Not too happy with that there, so we'll push that in. Just take it down just ever so slightly, and also these dudes just here can move across. There we go. Again, we'll be adding more detail to these areas later on in the detail section, because we have pipes and things to make as well, so we'll really start to, you know, get this to pop, if you like, and we'll raise that there as well. Bring those in just slightly. I'm just trying to round it out as much as possible in polygons before we do go to a sub D or a smooth poly command. See, I'm not happy with that bit there. It's gone out of shape a bit there. Okay, right, so I'll just grab these, that one there and that one there, and we'll just start to move those up. Oops. There we go. So that's a bit rounder now. So again, we're just checking our shape. And we'll just move those up, still a bit too pointed for me. And we'll go into our front view. And we'll turn off our X-ray because we don't really need that at the moment in the front view. We'll just see how we're getting on with our shape in general. It's not looking too bad actually. Okay, we'll just move that in, and same with that one. Okay. And there we go. That's sort of the basic shape. Now with a bit more detail added. And what we'll do, I think here we can actually select those two faces, and what I'll do, in fact we will use the split poly tool, and then that one there, I'll just quickly extrude that like there, and then get rid of those edges there and there. So that's now a bit cleaner there. There we go. So that's the sort of area we want for our air intake. So we'll just push that across just ever so slightly, because that's going to go back in, and then we just want to get that back a bit more there. There we go. So all our base geometry is sort of like there really now to start adding the extra detail. That's not too bad actually. Let's just nip into the perspective, and we will level these out a little bit more. That's a bit better. Again, we can have a look at that, but you're not really going to see that area too much, but we will go back in and tidy it up. Okay, the engine. Let's save what we've done. So the shape is pretty good. So the engine itself, basically I'm going to just get rid of this. And what we can do is we can convert this to a subdivision surface. Okay, so there we go. So we go to our side view and display our image planes. We can now see the shape of the engine as well. I'm just tuning this just ever so slightly. I didn't really want to do too much in this section for this, but it's just, again, just finishing the sort of main shapes, and then in the next, as I keep saying, in the next section we will really make this pop by adding more edges and bevels and things like that to get it where we want to go. See, because all this stuff here could be a little bit sharper. We don't want organic shapes. I'm just doing this to keep it smooth. So you can see, and what I'll do, I'll just quickly see how that's looking actually as a just turn off the wireframe. That's looking right. You can see the air intake there. We've still got all edges and sharp edges to add to everything. Let's just delete that one moment. And so the shape is beginning to form quite nicely. Well, there we go. So that's that section covered for now. Just the finishing of the loops and stuff like that. Let's just convert this back to a polygon. Modify, convert sub Ds to polys, and we want to go back to our absolute base mesh shape. So there we go, and I'll hit G on the keyboard, and that's done as well. And we'll just duplicate that back over as an instance. There we go. So basically what we've done, let's just quickly go over what we have been able to do in this section. We've created a more loops on the model, so we've matched up the image plane where we need to. In the next section we'll put in these extra details now. So the cockpit is there, so let's just highlight those faces for you so you can see, and you can just make out the image plane in the back there. So that's the cockpit area that we've done. This sort of area is done for the front air intake, so we've got a fair bit to do for that, a bit of cutting out and stuff, and we need to add edges and stuff to sharpen these bits and pieces up, and the same will go for the engine, because as you can see through there it's got more ridges and stuff there. So we shall leave that there for now and hit the detail in part 3. Thanks a lot. Okay, alright, in this section we're going to start covering a bit of detail on our model, and what we're going to do first, I think we're going to get down into the engine. Basically we're going to start to pad that out a bit, put a few details on it, get the shape a bit better. So what I've done, I've been onto Google and I've googled some engines. I quite fancy some of the detail on this one, and also this one, which is sort of pretty similar to the shape we've already got with our speeder in Maya. So we just head back into Maya and have a quick look. So as you can see, even on our image planes, I mean that's quite similar, that one, but I do like that one. It's nice and open and rough and ready. But I've also been through and collected other little bits and pieces on jet engines. So you can see, if you do a collection you can create your own customized version. So we just head on back to our two here. So there's that one and that one. And there's also some cutaway section ones as well. This is a modified version of a Concorde engine. So if we do something between that, and we'll start to add these sort of bits of detail as we go. So for this type of modelling you could end up being in the zone, so to speak, so you'll be in your own little world just creating lots of detail for a while. So if I do go quiet you'll have to excuse me, but I'll do my best to keep it as lively as I can while I'm adding detail and splitting polys and stuff like that. So without further ado we shall jump straight in. So what I've done, I've got our speeder, and we're going to just make sure that the body is on the layer. So we just turn that on and off, and in fact we can turn that off completely because we're not going to need that for this part at the moment. So we'll just concentrate on our engine. So I think what we need to do first is have a look at this and sort of get a rough idea of what we're going for. I mean, you may not want to use reference, you may just want to just go for it and do a bit of free-form modelling and just add your own thing. But I think if you can add some real-world details to it, it will sell the model to whoever you're showing a bit better. So okay, so between that one and that one, and we'll jump straight back and we'll start to neaten this one out a bit. So if you remember in the last section, I did actually turn it into a subdivision surface to see how it was actually looking and what we needed to tweak, because this at the moment, oops, let's go back there, modify, convert, sub D to poly, and we want to go back to 0 for there. So as you can see, this is our very low resolution version, and what we want to do is get a bit smoother than that, add some nice edges to this sort of stuff, and by converting it to a sub D I could see where I need to cut edges in and basically shape the engine so it's not too organic. But I mean, if you want to do an organic piece of modelling for your engine, that's absolutely fine, it's up to you. This tutorial is just serving as a guideline as to what you could do. Excuse me. Okay, so we're going to just right click on our sub D, go to poly mode, and first thing we're going to do is add an edge just here. So I'm going to go to my MJ Poly Tools and edge loop split, and I'm just going to slide that along. There's a little value here in the channel box, a bit of an interactive slider, and I think what I am actually going to do as well is select that edge. Let's just hide our image planes because I don't need those for now, and I'm going to scale that in a bit just to bring that a little bit lower, and I'm going to go into our side view. As you can see, it's still a bit rounded, so all I'm going to do is push that back just by hitting W on the keyboard, and there we go. So just to make sure that those vertices are level, I'm just going to snap those together, and there we go. So they're all now nicely lined up with each other. So what I want to do now, I'm going to add another one just here. I'm just going to get some nice edging on here, just so it pick up a bit of beveling as well when we come to do the rendering and stuff. That's a bit of a way off just yet because we've still got texturing and all that kind of thing to do. So let's just move this along. Sometimes the manual slider, it can go a little bit too far, so you may want to just right click on your object, actually let's just bring that up just a little bit more to about there, and then this one here, we'll cut a loop in there and select that. No, it doesn't want to be selected. Okay, so I'll have to quickly nip round. Okay. You could use polysmooth, mesh smooth, to do this. Like I'm using a sub D because I just prefer subdivision surfaces, but you could use the mesh smooth for this particular part of the tutorial. So it's entirely up to you how you do it, whatever works easiest for you. This is just a way, it's not the way. Okay, let's just line that back up in there. That looks pretty good. Okay, and what we're going to do now is add some more there. I mean, I could have also done this from a straight cylinder and just extruded out these parts, but because I'd roughed it out, I'm just having to add the detail in afterwards, whereas you could just get a poly cylinder and just select the faces, extrude, select, extrude, etc. But I'm just doing it this way for this tutorial. Okay, right, so what we want to do is I'm going to actually scale that back up. to about there, I think. Yep, that's pretty good. And we're just going to grab those on there, and we'll just double check that in our perspective view. Okay, and back into our side view, and again I'm just going to scale that up, and we're going to bring this one in as well, so you can see the edges just up here a little bit uneven. If we can get those to line up, that would be really good. I mean, it's just ever so slightly out, but it's nothing drastic. So okay, so line those up. So now what we want to do is grab this one, and again we'll snap that into place there. So as you can see in our perspective view, let's just go to object mode. Let's come out of there. There we go. Sorry. There we go. Standard mode. There we go. So it's starting to take shape. What we want to do is get a nice bit more of a crisp edge on there, just to make that pop a bit more. As you can see, that's got a nice kind of beveled edge to that. That should look nice. A bit of specular on there when we come to do some rendering. Okay, so let's get back to our model, and I think we will add another edge in there. Thing with sub-Ds when you're doing this kind of work is it can get a little bit tricky. If you were to map the low resolution poly object, this one on the outside, and then convert that to a sub-D, because sometimes you can get a bit of stretch in the awkward parts, like these, you know, we've got these narrow areas here, but it's got the wider area in the middle, so that could cause you, you know, potential problems when it comes to doing UV mapping on an object like this, and then you convert to a sub-D because of the way it smooths everything. So just bear that in mind. Sometimes it's best to just add another loop just for the sake of it. Well, I say for the sake of it, just for added safety for your UVs when you come to do it. It's a bit of a fine balance, really. That's what I've found in over the years when I've detailed characters, stuff like that. So there's a very fine balance between too many polys and too little. So you just got to find out where to put them, and yeah, it should all work nicely in the end. Okay, so it's a bit rounded there. Let's just nip back into our reference. So you can't really see much. This front end is nice and sort of very mechanical kind of looking. This kind of back end has gone a bit more sort of softer, but I mean it's got these sort of clamps around the edge where it's been put together. If we can just whiz back, as you can see here, this one's very mechanical. The shapes of it are very rough. This is a real kind of gritty looking engine. So we want something sort of like this on the back, I think. And then, whoops, wrong way. And then sort of towards the front we'll do something like this. So it'll be a bit of a mixture. And we'll put all these nice pipes and stuff in. May not necessarily be in this section, but definitely be in the next section that we'll get onto doing this kind of detail, which is pretty interesting. Okay, so again, just shaping our engine up nicely to add that detail. Okay, let's see what we got in there. Let's just hide our subdivision surface for a minute. Okay, right, so what we need to do is put another loop on there, on that one there. Okay, so let's just show our sub-D, split that. There we go, it's starting to Be a bit sharper now. Actually, I'll take those two out for a minute. And what I will do is just hide that sub D again. And we'll select that. Oh, looks like we have to do the whole lot as well. Let's just have a quick look at our reference. Okay, so if we just go back there, just quickly whiz back here. So this is where it's worthwhile just checking stuff over on your reference just to see what you've got. So that's quite slope there. So we'll bring that back bit up. For here, we'll make that a bit bigger. We can extrude that, or sorry, pull that back. So the engine's a bit longer. Looks a bit more, looks a bit meaner. So it looks like the pilot of this speeder's just basically strapped to a rocket engine, which would be quite fun. Okay, so I won't select that. I'll just select that one, and then select ring, which will select the whole lot. And what I'll do, I'll convert that to faces. I've got a shortcut here on my shelf, but if you go to your modelling menu, depending on which version of Maya you're using, of course, you can select convert selection to faces. So that'll be there for me, and then I just want to scale that up. Obviously that's pushing that in, so I'm just doing all of the axis there to scale up, but I shall just hide the sub D again, and we'll just pop that back into place. There we go. So that's all pretty good. And then of course we'll go to vertices, and we'll just check our top view. Okay, it's not too bad for the moment. That'll do. Okay, back to our sub D. So I'm just going to go the whole hog here, and I'm just going to yank that right back. A bit more of a beastie engine. Okay, and we'll just open that out a bit. And just for good measure, I shall bring up the speeder. In fact, we'll move that there. Let's just bring that back in a little bit. That's a bit too long, I think. Yeah, I think there's just about right actually now. Somewhere in between, so that's good. Okay, so still got a bit of roundness going on, so basically what we're going to do again, it's just lots of cutting at the moment. So okay, that's better, and we'll put one there on this edge, and we'll just take that across, just nip into our side view and grab those verts. And I don't want to go too far, otherwise we'll have overlapping vertices on that area, because we're on two different axes there. We're on the Y and on the X, here and here. So we'll just get that as close as I can there. That's not too bad. Okay. And I think what we will do is add that extra edge in there, just to get a bit more sharpness going on. So edge loop split through there, just to pick that off. Let's see how we're doing there. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Okay, so let's just hide our wireframe, and there you go. You can see how nice and sharp that's looking. Mesh still pretty low res at the moment, so that's looking quite pleasing. Okay, so we'll go to poly mode, and I think if I can, we'll go to edges. I may actually put in, let's see if we can select that and just scale that in a bit more. No, we can't. Okay, just scale that down. There we go. So we'll just jump into our side view, and I think we're okay. We'll just convert those edges to vert selection, and we'll just push those back out a bit more there. There we go. Okay, that's good. Okay, right, next. Okay, so we're going to jump onto here, and again, more edge loop splits, and we'll just get that across to there. So I think something like this sort of, this kind of part of the modelling process, I think you can just, if you'll pardon the expression, because we're doing a jet engine, excuse me, is basically just going to autopilot and just get cutting and moving your edges around and stuff like that. So just sort of like lose yourself in it. Obviously don't get too carried away. You need to concentrate on the job in hand, especially if you're going by reference or whatever you're using. And we're going to grab another one there, and we'll just sharpen that engine ever so slightly there, because we're going to put another one on this side, and I'm going to stick another one there. That's better. So if you notice there, you can just see that edge. Let me just put my shading on. So if you watch this edge here on the subdivision surface, you can see I've highlighted. Here we go. I'll start it again. I'll highlight the edge there for the proxy object around the sub D, and what we'll need to do very shortly is delete the history on this, because we're getting a bit of a build up with the edge loop splits, because what happens is there's a bit of a bug. It tends to pick up other edges, so if I do that, it's picked up this edge as well. So in fact what I'll do, I will save it there, and we'll just load a new scene and just reload that. Okay, right, so if we go back to this edge, let's just make sure we're not highlighting anything else. Yep, there you go. So just a slight Maya bug there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is do an edge loop split around there, but if you watch, this will, because I'm adding the extra edge, it will make this a little bit sharper. It will push this edge just right up there. There you go, it jumps, that edge jumps up as it gets pushed from this one. Because this will, whatever edge you select, it will always add it in the middle, therefore causing the whatever outer edge to bunch up a bit more. So just something to take note of there. and we're just going to we'll go down in increments now, in values on the channel box. There we go. Now I think a 0.3 will do that one. There we go, just right. Okay. So it's all looking pretty good. So again, we'll just jump back to our reference, just have a quick look through, see where we're getting on. So it's got a bit of a lip there on the edge of that engine. Let's just, there's a bit of a lip just in there. So we can probably add something like that in there. Yeah, there's just a slight one there as well. If we just zoom in on that, you just about see that just on the edge. There's a slight lip on there, so that'll be worth just putting in just that little extra, as I keep saying about the specular, catching that as well. So what we'll do, we'll add an edge loop there and another one there. I think the thing I like with doing it this way, obviously we've had a very low resolution mesh to start with. We've not used a poly cylinder, as I said toward the beginning, that you could use, but this keeps doing it this way keeps the mesh fairly light as you're working, so you know you're not bogged down by too much. But obviously once we convert from a sub D to a higher res poly object, once this whole engine casing is done, obviously it's going to be a lot denser in these areas, so we'll just have to look out for things like that, but it shouldn't be too bad. Anyway, we shall select that edge. Yep, we've got that, and what we're going to do, we're going to extrude the edges now, so I'm just going to make sure my faces are kept together, which is what we need to do, and we shall extrude those out. And I'm just going to localize that. And we'll just start to give a bit of a curve on the edge there. And what I think we will do is actually bring it down and then back in, just so we've got a little bit of thickness to the lip of that engine on the back there. Let's just flip back to our reference. So this isn't, I don't think this is a whole engine. I think there's still a piece to go on the back of there. I mean, I could be wrong, but there's lots of bits and pieces going on there. See there's something else on the end there. So I think what we'll do, we'll taper that back out and then we'll tuck that back in. So we'll come out here, then we'll come down and then back inwards towards the inside of the engine. Okay, so there, and then we'll hit G to extrude again, and we'll just wind that down sort of like towards there. Let's select that edge if I can, and yep, and what we'll do, we'll scale that up a bit more just to give it a little bit of a lip there, and we'll grab that one. No, it's not going to select the continuous edges. Okay, so let's go to the side view, and we'll just grab those around there and just deselect the ones we don't want. Okay, and what we'll do, we'll push those back as well. And we'll just scale that up ever so slightly. Let's just check that in the... No, just bring it down again, and we'll push that out just so it's a bit level kind of thing with the other stuff, and then we'll extrude that again. There we go. So it's just got a slight bevel on that. In fact, I quite like that. So that's quite nice there. And what I'll do is do one more, and we'll just drag that inwards, just so we don't see too much of what's going on. So we can hide that edge further in the engine if need be. Just there. We'll leave that there for now. Okay, so that's looking quite nice. There we go. So again, you know, depending on how you work, you could use a NURB, you could use a bit more of a higher res poly object as well if you wanted to create this type of shape, but I prefer sub-Ds for my own way of working, so that's that part of the engine. Okay, right, what I think we need to do now is, if we go back to our reference, we've got these sort of like brackets and stuff that are sort of hanging, holding these bits together. You know, we've got these nuts and bolts as well. We'll probably add those in the next section, but this section we'll finish off by just adding these sort of mounts or brackets, whatever they are, that are used to connect everything together. By the look of it, see all those bolts or rivets going through there. You can just make those out. So we'll just, so you can see them a bit more. I know this is a low resolution image, but you can just about see them, all these brackets and stuff. Yeah, that's a good example, just going around there. So we'll add a few of those in. Oh, look at, there's loads there. But we'll add these rings, and then we'll add detail to the rest later. That's pretty bit clearer just there. So we'll add a couple of these in and move along. Okay, so what we're going to do, we go to a poly mode. I'm just going to flick back there. Okay, and I'm just going to highlight our speeder again. I'm just going to take that into template that. I think, yeah, we'll cut a couple of those brackets in. I think a good one will be along the edge here somewhere, so we'll need to edge loop split that. In fact, I'll move that manually. Okay, so we'll pop one there, and another edge loop split, and we'll pop another one there. Okay, so now what we want to do is, I think we'll add another one just up the front on this area. So we'll select our edge, and again we'll manually move that. We'll just put one there, and again we'll select our edge, another edge loop split, and there we go, we'll pop that there as well. And I think we can put one, I think we'll just have a quick look back at our reference. So sort of like in the middle and on the edges, so we'll have one there. Let's pop one there then, and maybe another one there. Okay, so yeah, let's pop one there definitely. Okay, right, so now what we want to do is convert to faces, and we're going to select those very narrow. Is that the right one? No, we want the other one, I think. Let's just deselect that a minute. We'll just make this a bit narrower, this one. I'll just move that across. Okay, and then we'll select that one again, and then we want that one there. Okay, so hopefully, without any problems, this should extrude quite nicely. And let's see how we go. Yeah, that's not too bad. And again, we'll probably need to, because we're a subdivision surface right now, you can see it's a little bit soft, a little bit too organic. But I think we'll be okay. Let's just see how big those need to be. That's not too bad at all. So I'm going to select those edges just there, and I'm going to run a split through there. And we'll do another one there, just to sharpen that one up. And we'll run yet another one. Just through there. Looks like that one's popped out just ever so slightly. But we can adjust that after, that's not a problem. So I'll run that one through there for now, then we can tune that afterwards. Okay, and then we'll do the same with these. So edge loop split there. One on there. And the same on this side. It's a little bit confusing, all these edges. As long as you're careful, you should be okay. I'm going to have to move that one down so it's not the same level as the other side. So, and then just so we can see what we're doing. One there. It's all coming together. Good. And what we'll do, we'll put another one on that one. There you go, that's popped back into place already. And we'll pop one there. And we'll pop one just there. And that should be it for there. There we go. So we'll just take our shaded mode off. I think we'll just need to fine tune that for the next section. Nothing drastic. And we'll just take our shade options. We don't want that on. And we'll take that off, and there we go. So that's the bulk of our engine pretty much done. So that's looking really nice. Obviously, if you want to spend a bit more time on doing that, you can. But as you can see, it's really turned into a nice hard surface, bit of modelling through using subdivision surfaces. So it can be done. Okay, so good stuff. So that concludes this part. So the next section we'll just carry on with this, and we'll be starting to add more detail. I'll get this bit fine tuned up for then. As always, this stuff will be available on the DVD when you purchase it. But Yep, so I'll see you in the next part. Cheers. Okay, carrying on from our last section, we're going to finish this engine casing off, and then we'll sort of have a rough look at the detail on the sides. So without further ado, we shall carry on. What we want to do is, if we go to our side view, we're just going to look at what we need to do. So I think we need to add a little bit of geometry just in here, just to finish this off, just because there's a little bit round there, and we'll widen that area as well. So we'll do that first before we get underway, and we'll switch to the subdivision proxy mode, and then I'll use the standard vertex setting just to widen that area there. That's better. Okay, so if we just nip in and have a look here, as you can see, we need to add another one of these loops at this end, which we didn't do in the last section, if you remember. So we shall add that right this second, and there we go, there's our loop. We'll just jump into the side view again, just to move it up manually, save using the slider for the loop split in the channel box. Okay, that looks about right, that's fine, good. So now what we need to do, I've just noticed as well, we are missing an edge loop just on this area here. If you can just make that out, there's one going down that side, but we haven't got one this side. So again, just going to switch to edges, and edge loop split, done. Okay, there we go. Okay, so if we jump back into our side view, as you can see, our engine needs to extend a bit more out the front there. So I'm just going to grab these points from where we left off as well in the last section. We're just going to move those forward a bit, and also I would like to just have a look, see what's behind there. I can't really see that on the X-ray mode there. That's fine, we can leave that there, I think. Okay, and I'm just going to move this back ever so slightly just here, and we'll just call up our fuselage or body of our vehicle. And I think what we need to do is just scale the engine ever so slightly and down to there. Okay, so again, I'm just going to quickly extend that forward a bit more. Nothing drastic, because we need to create that extra lip that we've got there. So if we just jump in and have a look at our reference, not that one. So we want to sort of create this inner part now of the engine. If you can make that out, let's just nip back, see what else we've got. There you go. So we've got those there as well. So we shall jump back into Maya, and we can do that. So let's just turn off into our perspective view, and I'm going to select these edges. Hopefully, no, Maya's not going to let us select these edges in one go. We're going to have to go in manually and do that. So there we go. So first of all, I'm going to create this, another one of these type of sort of lips or case joins or something, and by doing that I'm going to go to my tools and just make sure my faces are together, and we need to there, and I'm just going to extrude the edges and just do that like this. Okay, now we'll just check in our side view where we're at, because we don't want to overcook it, even though we can just add to it any time or put it back. And then I'm going to hit G again just to repeat the extrude command. And it's just going to go forward there, as you can see, and then again. And we're just going to take that back down into itself, sort of about there, That's good so far for me. And we will leave that there for a second because we need to sharpen these edges up so we've got some nice crispy edges that's going to show off a bit of specular. Just noticed on that one we could actually do with another edge on there as well, so I'll pop one on there just to sharpen that a bit, and one on that one. Just make sure we've got the one there, and also this little guy here. So they're all done. So we'll just nip back into here, and first of all I think what we need to do is create one just along here, and we're just going to slide that down towards the base of that first extrusion there, and then again just on here, and again just going to pop one there just to keep these edges just looking just right, and then again one on there, and a nice edge loop split there. As you can see, our history is building up a little bit, so we'll need to get rid of that shortly, and I'll just run you through a little bit of a procedure there for that. Any of you running the excuse me, MJ Polytool script, it does build up a fair bit of history, so we'll have a look at that very, very shortly. Okay, so let's just see how we're getting on here. That's a little bit higher than that, which I don't actually have a problem with that, which makes it a little bit, you can tell that that's the front end, but I will, in fact I'm going to scale that up a little bit more just to give it that tapered kind of look. I think that's better already. Okay, so as I was saying, we're going to just run this back inside the engine for this part. So we shall extrude all these edges here, so I'm going to need to go around and pick these manually, so if you can hang on one moment, be a little bit patient, as it looks like Maya's not going to let me select them, as I said, in one go for this particular part of the tutorial. So I'm just going to scale that in just a little bit more, and then I'm going to extrude this inwards on itself a couple of times and then back out again, because what we want to create is this sort of conical shape here that will then go through the fuselage of the speeder, or our vehicle, whatever you want to call it. So okay, so we're just going to take that back in there on itself. I'm just going to localize, sorry, put that to a weld space position so I can, as you can see, it's already piercing through the outer mesh, so we need to scale that back in. There we go. That's probably a bit too much there. Okay, there we go. So that's cool. No polys have been harmed in this one. Thank goodness. Okay, so again, I'm just going to scale that in ever so slightly, just for a bit of style there for the actual engine itself. I'm not following the reference on that part, because this part, it doesn't need the engine reference for this. We will do, because we're going to add the fans and stuff to this part in probably the next section. So we shall get on, and again I'm going to extrude some more edges there. I'm just going to bring that right in there, and let's just have a quick look in our side view. I think it needs to be a little bit wider there. We'll just push those back too, and I'm going to extrude and just put that to our world position, and again I'm just hitting the G key to repeat the command, and again, don't worry if it's round, because we're going to be adding edges anyway to these little bits, but if you want to keep them round, by all means keep them round. It is a futuristic looking vehicle anyway, so I don't think it matters. But if you're going to go for a bit more realism, then keep the geometry a bit more hard surface, well, less organic looking, should I say. Okay, so we want to add these little edges now, so I'm just going to, again, just create some extra geometry. Just pop those back into there. Okay, so that's 0.9 there. The slider won't go any more than that, I don't think, so if we just go to there, you can see I've added that extra just in there. Let's go to 9.7, or 9.5 actually, let's go to there. There we go, that's better. And on this side, we'll add another one. I'll just slide that down. Let's just find out a bit of geometry. We'll just do that manually with the vertex. And there we go. So that's nice and sharp there now. That's given us a nice sort of crispy crease just around the center point of that sort of conical part of the engine. And again, we want to select our edges, and we shall create another edge loop split there, and I'm just going to take that up to the top as near as I can get it, and that's 0.1, so let's go down to 0.8. Let's try that. No, a bit more. Let's try 0.5. Excellent. That's good enough for me for now. And another one there. So basically I'm just adding the geometry on the insides here. So I'm going to make that 9.8 on that one. So it's nice and close. You can see the highlight picking up there just on that. And then we're going to move to the inside of the engine, just in here. So edge loop split. And I'm just going to have a quick look. I'm just going to hide the subdivision surface, and we're just going to select that. No, it's not going to let me again. So I'm just going to pick the vertex there, go into my side view, and that's the one we want just in there. So I'm just going to keep that as close as possible there. So if we just jump back into our perspective view and show our subdivision surface again, as you can see, that's closed that up nicely and it's starting to sharpen that area off. Okay, so what we need to do now is we need to run two more splits just around here. So one there, I'm going to make that 9.5, and again one there. Oh, that's close. Okay, we'll make that 9.8. Nope. Okay, we'll make it 0.5. There we go. That was a good guess. Have I done this before? Okay. And I'm going to run one through the middle there, just for good measure, which will bring me to my next point. Obviously this will need texturing at some point, so it's ideal if you're going to map the proxy version of this object, by all means do so. I mean, I probably will when we come to that section anyway, because we'll need to add more geometry to this anyway, even in the low proxy mode, as you can see here around our subdivision surface engine. My theory behind it is that by adding more geometry to it, it will make it easier for us to control any stretching that may occur, so it'll help to eliminate that. So you have to find a bit of a balance as well when you're creating objects. You know, don't add too many polygons at a certain stage and don't have too little. So, but I think the thing to do is add an adequate amount of, or have an adequate amount of polygons, so when you do come to doing your UVs for your textures, you've got enough either side of each other to stop stretching and balance it all out, whereas if you have too little, you can get overstretching and have no control whatsoever over your UV maps. And if you have too many polygons and UVs, it's just a nightmare to sort it all out. So do take that into account when you are building models of the geometry that you're adding or not adding. But we'll come to that once we come to the UV section of this tutorial. So anyway, so I'm going to just add some extra geometry there and there, just to get us on our way to that what I was just explaining. So it will help balance it all out a bit more. Okay, so that looks like that for now. I think we just need to add one more piece of geometry in here. I think, if I'm right, yeah, it looks like there. So I'm going to add one there, and we're just going to bring that up. Just going to check our wireframe. I'm just going to hide our sub D again and see where our geometry has gone. Okay, so now we'll hit 5 on our keyboard. As you can see, it's sharpening and sharpening that edge up as I move the slider. And I'm just going to hit the side view and just have a look. So you can see just moving up there in that section there, this loop split here. So I'm just going to 0, 9, let's go down to 0, 5 I think again. So it keeps that real sharp up towards there. In fact, I'm going to go as low as 3 on this one. Oh, too much. Typical. There we go. That's at 0, 4. So just adding that extra bit just to get that edge in there. Okay, so that basically concludes the building of our engine casing. I think another thing we can do is actually close this gap in here for the rear thruster. If you can, download some reference of the space shuttle engines. I've actually seen one up close in Florida, and I was staggered by the size of the outlet hole for the booster. It's absolutely tiny. It's almost like a plug hole for your bath. So do, if you can, check that out. It was just amazing. It had a huge thruster case on the outside, but the hole where the smoke and everything comes out of was absolutely tiny. To think the amount of power that's got was just incredible. So if you can dig some reference up of the space shuttle engines, do go ahead and do it, because it's quite interesting to look at, and it could be useful for this sort of thing here. Anyway, without me rattling on too much, I'm just going to convert that to edges, and we're just going to deselect those edges there, and we're just going to hit on the inside of this, and I'm going to extrude that inwards ever so slightly, and then again. There we go. So I'm just going to keep that like that for now, and I'm just going to extrude it one more. And then one more again. Okay, so that's fine for now. Now, the edge loop split history, like I was saying earlier, it's built up, and as you can see, we've got a big long line there, all in our channel box. So the first thing I'm going to do is just basically convert our subdivision surface engine back to a poly, and while I'm at it, I'm going to save the scene as part 4. Okay, so that's done as a whole for the main engine part. So what we need to do now, I'm going to convert this back to a polygon. Go to convert, sub D to polys, and we want level 0, so level 0 there, and hit the radio button to vertices there and convert, and it's done. Okay, now there's no history visible directly in our channel box, but I can tell you now there is a ton of it. Now I'm just going to delete the history anyway, just in case there is something hanging about. But if you go to your hypergraph, if you go to Window, Hypergraph, or if you've got a keyboard shortcut, use it. Okay, I'm just going to show the actual connections for this particular object. Now, as you can see, Maya has recorded every single piece of work or history that I've applied to this particular engine, and you can see it all in here. That's from using the MJ Polytool script, and it doesn't delete straight away when you hit history. I have a small script in my MJ Polytools shelf that will actually get rid of everything that's in there and just leave us with a nice clean mesh. I will include this on the DVD as well. So with our model selected, I'm now going to run this little clean mesh script, and it will just get rid of everything and leave us with our nice clean sub D tessellated shapes, or polygon rather. So there we go. So that's that done, and then all I'm going to do is just make sure all the verts are set to face, so that keeps it nice and clean again. And that's that part done for our engine, and again we can convert that back to a subdivision surface. There we go, and it's done. It's all looking kind of cool. So now what we want to do is start adding some detail. Now I'm not going to do everything on this, I'm just going to do one part that I feel is relevant, because it's just it will be the only technique that I will use to create these pipes and anything else that fits on here. Because if you look at this, it's made up of just cylinders and cubes and more cylinders and cubes, so it's up to you how you want to place these objects on it. Again, I'll finish the engine for the next section, and I will again include that on the DVD, otherwise it will just bore you to tears of how watching me create all of these pipes and everything else. So all I'm going to do is create this one pipe here, and that will be the same method that I'll be using throughout the rest of the creation of this engine. So yep, we'll jump back into Maya, and first of all I'm going to create a connector, if you like, for our pipe to go into, just so we know it's got somewhere to sit. So I'm just going to create a polycube, and I'm just going to hide our reference planes, and we're going to make sure our engine is on its right layer. So I'm just going to pull this cube up here, and we're just going to scale this down, and I'm just going to move that out a little bit. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to basically grab these vertices, and I'm just going to push them out to about there, and then I'm going to extrude the face twice. So 1, 2. Okay, and if you want, you can delete that back face, because we're not going to see it. So that's another rule of thumb: don't make what you're not going to see, really. Although sometimes I can break that rule. Okay, so what we need to do now is just add a little bit more geometry to this. And we'll going to split this up a bit. You might think, why didn't I divide this up when I created the cube? Well, you don't know how much geometry you're going to need until you're really going to come to use it. So I tend to sort of like add geometry as I go and keep stuff at base level as much as possible. So it always helps to plan ahead a little bit as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do, we're going to jump to our front view, and all I'm going to do is basically sort of create a curved kind of shape for this. So it pretty much goes with the shape of our engine. So it's just going to keep everything nice and level. Just move that just up to there. Okay, so I think I'll just move that down a bit more. Stop it looking. Okay, so now we're going to back into object mode, and we're just going to shove this back to the engine itself. So as you can see, it needs a bit of a tweak. So I'm just going to that one there, and we'll just grab those there. It's just to give it a little bit of shape, a bit more character to the piece we're making as well. Whoops, I'll grab those as well. Just put that back just in there. I'll just bring that up just to level that out. Okay, so we'll just push that back there. There we go, it's out of the way. And we'll just double check we've not got any silly geometry going on, which we have just there. There we go. Okay, we'll just level that one out. Okay, right. So we've got our sort of control box, if you like. And what we need to do is connect something to our little box. In fact, let's shrink this down a bit more. That's pretty good. Okay, so I'm just going to rotate that a little bit more. And we'll pop that there. I'll just level those out. Okay, that's not too bad for now. I'll probably convert that to a smooth poly anyway. Okay, right, so now we want to add something to connect to this, which will be our pipe, which will be this. Again, I'll be using this technique to build the rest of this engine. So first of all, I'm going to create a polysphere, and I'm going to rotate that 90 degrees, and I'm going to cut that off just on the back there. And first of all, I'm going to move that into a roundabouts position. Let's move that back out and scale that right down, and we're going to zoom in, and the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to fill this area up again so I can extrude the face straight out. So I'm going to use the fill hole tool, which you will find under edit polygons in your menu set. I have a shortcut on my shelf, and we're going to extrude the face a couple of times. And again, just going to shrink that back in. Just check the scale of that. That's not too bad. Okay, we'll pop that there, that's fine. And again, pop that out, just there. And again, going to scale that out. And again, scale that out. And we'll just bring it in just a little bit. Oh, that's okay, it's spot on, good. And now what I'm going to do is scale that in again on itself. So okay. Also for this part, I'm just going to add a little bit of detail. On here, what we're going to do, we're going to extrude these in so we get like a little fan type object. So again, going to go polygons, tool options, and we're going to keep the faces together. We're going to turn it off this time because we don't want any faces to be together. We're going to work these individually, but all in one go, so to speak. So I'm just going to extrude the face, and all I'm going to do is scale them in a bit at a time, and there you go. So you can see that all those faces have extruded separately, and I'm going to extrude these inwards now. So I'm going to hit G again and extrude it inwards, and again just going to adjust the width and stuff. So we've got some sort of little gizmo on the side of our pipe there, which is pretty cool. And I'm just going to soften harden the surface normals so they look okay, so that's good, and we're just going to delete the history on that because we don't need it. Okay, and the same with that one as well. Okay, now then, what we want to do is we want to create a pipe. So all I'm going to do is create a NURBS curve, and we're just going to extrude the face that we've last created there, and it's just going to come down and head straight into there. So it gives it somewhere to plug into, just to add that bit more reality to our object. So we're going to hit the side view, and we're going to go create EP curve tool. I'm going to prefer to use this one, and from there I'm just going to create a pipe, and you can create this in the top view as well. These will always create on the center point of your Maya GUI or your interface, but they are always editable. You can jump to any, providing you don't press enter, you can jump to any view to carry on creating it. So I'll hit enter, and you can see that that's been created. So I'm just going to move that outwards now to the sort of roundabout position, and we're just going to edit this. So I'm going to right click control vertex, and I'm just going to move these about a little bit. I'm just going to pop that there. Let's just move down, just get a nice bit better curve on there. Again, they'll be using this technique for all the other pipes and pieces to finish this particular part of the model off. I don't want to go through everything on this because it will just bore you to tears watching me model every nut and bolt, as I said earlier. So we're just going to move that into position, that's fine. and we're going to move that last little point there into position as well, and we're going to go and check the other views. Let's just pop that there, make it a bit smoother. Okay, so that's pretty much in the position that we want, and now all I'm going to do is we're going to go back into object mode, and we're going to select faces now into component mode, and select the face from this, and then shift select the curve. Okay, so you should have something looking like that. Okay, so I'll start that again just to give you a quick rundown again. So select that object, select the face that you're going to extrude, and then shift select the NURBS curve, EP curve or a CV curve, whatever your choice is for that one, and then just hit your extrude, and as you can see it's a bit nasty straight away, but if you go to your channel box under your poly extrude face and go down to divisions and just crank up those divisions to 25 is the maximum there, but you can actually override it, so you get a better or a smoother result if that's what you're after. As you can see, that's not too bad at all. So okay, welcome to part 5. The last section we began adding the detail to our engine, looking at our photo reference and stuff. What I did off camera, because I didn't want to bore you to tears, is I've actually gone and created the rest of the geometry for the engine parts, and I've actually got it on a layer already here, and there you can see there's a fair bit of detail gone in. I've done this side, and basically all I've done is just mirror it across, but I mean you are actually free to do as you like with this. I think our textures will do a lot more of the work once we get there, but there's a nice bit of detail there to be getting on with. You might notice as well, before we actually crack on, you notice these rivets we've got here, and what I'm going to do first before we jump into the rest of the model is I'm going to show you how to create, radially, how to position these radially and numerically without fiddling about too much, doing it all by hand and guesswork basically. And I thought a good way to start this, just so you get a grip on how to achieve this, is we'll use the turbine fans. So we'll create this fan, and then what we'll do, we'll repeat that all the way around the inside of our engine. So as you can see here, here's one I prepared earlier. This was just basically from a polyplane. I think I did some low divisions, basically just extruded it back just once, and then just grabbed the points and just shaped it excuse me, to, well, as you see here. Very simple task. I don't think it really needs explaining, but what I will just nip back to the one up here. I actually converted this into a subdivision surface to get a bit more of a smoother shape on it. If you notice there, we've got a twist on this, and to achieve the twist, what we're going to do is, if we just go back to this one, and we'll just zoom in on that. We'll just center this. Basically, what you need to do is put a deformer on it to twist it, and a really cool one, if you go to your animation menu, and if you go to deform or deformers, and create non-linear, and if you just nip down to the twist just here, that's all fine. So we'll just create a non-linear deformer, and there you go. You can see we've got our twist handles here, so that's for the upper and lower twist angles. So what we need to do, this is actually in the wrong position, it's coming at the wrong position for us. If you notice here, it's got rotate at 90, so if we set that at 0, if I'm correct, and that should now allow us, if we go to start angle here, middle mouse drag, it should start to twist it. So you can now get quite a nice twist. Obviously the more divisions you've got in there, the smoother it will be, but I've left it in sort of like this low resolution version because it's just going to get converted to a subdivision surface anyway. So once that's done, basically let's just click on there again. So you can put it in numerically how far it twists, 90 degrees. Just take it back a little bit. So once that's done and you want to keep that there, you're not going to have any more use for the deformer. Basically just select the object only. You'll see the deformer handle highlight pink because it's got a connection to the polymesh. So just basically just delete your history, and that is now frozen or baked, however you want to look at that. So what I'll do, I'll leave that there for now, and we'll just zoom in to our one that's been positioned already into the engine. What I've done is also position it pretty much on the center point of the engine, if you like, down this center axis. And also what you need to do is make sure that the actual center pivot is centered with the engine and not this, because what we want to do is repeat this radially around the z-axis or the z-axis. If you just have a look in our window. So we want to repeat this around the z, just down here. So what I'm going to do is just basically repeat that. I'm going to make 60 of these, and we really need to work out how many increments, or how many increments apart that we want each fan to be within that 360 degrees. And because we're going to put in 60, 360 degrees divided by 60 is actually 6. So we'll actually just make each increment 6 when we repeat that. And what I'll do, I'll just jump into duplicate and show you. So we're going to be rotating it around the z-axis, and that will be, this is where we're going to put our increment for it to space it. And what we're going to do, we want 60 copies of it, and we want those at 6. And because we're going to be rotating it at 360 degrees, so now if you hit duplicate, there we go, it's done. And that's basically the same method that I've used for the rivets that you can see here, and there, and down the end here as well. So it's pretty straightforward. You just got to do your math and work that out as to however many you want, and that's done. What we will do is, when we come to texture the engine and stuff, we'll probably have to repeat that process, because I'm not going to texture these in one go. I'll just do one of these, and then we'll just do the repeat that process again for that. So moving on, I think what we need to do is, if I just undo all that, so we know when to, so we know what we've got to do when we come back to it. Okay, so basically we'll just delete the history on that. I'll leave that in the scene for you, so you've got one to play with once you get the DVD. Let's just delete the history on that. We don't need anything on there. So that's pretty much what we're going to do for that engine. And again, when we come to texture, we'll just do one half of the engine, and we'll just duplicate that over. I'm going to be doing some ZBrush texturing just to dirty the engine up and stuff like that once we've done all the UVs as well, but that's a little bit later on down the line. And what we will do is we'll just hide all our engine parts, and we're going to concentrate now on a bit more of the body of our speeder or our little spacecraft, whatever you want to call it. So in fact what we need to do is just to hide these as well. Just pop those on the engine layer, and we'll do the same with that one. Okay, so what I'm going to do first, I'm just going to get rid of this half, because we're going to be doing a little bit of extruding down here, so we'll delete that, Now we just pop into here. Let's call up our wireframe unshaded, and I think what we're going to do is put our engine on a reference layer so we don't keep selecting that all the time. So right, okay, so if we just pop on our image planes as well, just hit 6 on the keyboard to show our textures. You can see I've got this rough sort of hole that I've made on the drawing, and the same there, it's kind of oval shape there, but we're going to try and round it out a little bit better than that. So basically what we want to do is we want to create this hole. Obviously the engine as well, this front part of the engine, it's not going to stick out. What we want to do is sort of like add a dome sort of shape to that as well. So without further ado, we shall crack on and sort this bit out. What I basically intend to do is just extrude this area, just to give it some shape. So there we go. If we just do one extrude, and then what we'll do, we'll center the manipulator tool, and we'll just bring that down. And then what I want to do is basically just delete those two, those two outer edges that have just been created from that extrusion. So if you just delete those, we're not going to need them. And what we're going to do is just select those verts just down there, and we're going to just center those up just ever so slightly so it's in line with the rest of our model, and just hitting the X key just to snap it to the grid on our center axis. Okay, so that's that little tiny bit done there. You might notice now that it's just gone out of shape ever so slightly, but again, it's not a problem. What we will do again is we're going to extrude this back just a little bit. But I think first what we need to do actually is if we get rid of those faces as well, and we'll shape these outer polys very roughly around the front part of that engine. So if we just jump into shaded view, so you can see actually our engine's a little bit off center there. Okay, well, we'll sort that out after. So what we'll do first is we'll just very roughly get these to meet the front part of our engine, and there, and there. Okay, so just very roughly pulling those in there. Okay, and if I'm right, I think that's just the rear part of that. Let's just hide the image planes. It's just slightly out there, so we'll move that over afterwards. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. And what we want to do now is basically bring those forward a bit more. Just so we get a better sort of shape just on the front. In fact, let's just quickly call up our image plane. I think what we're going to need to do is actually make one more loop just around the edge there, and then bring this part on the inside. I think that'll be a lot easier because we want more of a concave sort of shape to go inwards so it goes back. So if we just quickly run a loop around there. There we go, that's nice and easy. So if we just grab those edges there, and there, we can just push that back in, which is the sort of thing that we're looking for that. I'll just try and make these a bit more evenly spaced. Okay, so it's looking pretty good. So just bring these up as well. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's just have a look at our 3D perspective view. That's pretty good. As I said again, we're going to bring this back a bit more, and what I think we will do is we'll bring those points back a bit as well. Oops. Okay, so we'll just bring them back in a bit more. About there, I think. Okay, so that's not too bad. Okay, let's just quickly have a look at it as a subdivision surface. And again, delete your history first, and this little script here will be on your DVD as well, so you can delete the edge loop history as well. So we'll just hit that, and again we'll just check our hypergraph just to make sure that it's all nice and clean. It is, it's pretty good. Yeah, we can get rid of that. Okay, and I think now will be a good time to save. Okay, so we'll just quickly convert this to a subdivision surface, and we'll put our smooth on. So as you can see, that's getting there. We want a bit more sharper edging going on. Probably need to adjust this actually around this area. Get it a bit more. In fact, we could probably bring that out just a tad more, just to give it a bit more of a robust kind of look. Give it a bit more purpose, otherwise it looks a bit too fragile. For those of you who are new to subdivision surfaces, these aren't actually points. Well, they are points, but these are actually numbers. Well, these are zeros because I'm at base level. And what you can do when you're in subdivision surface, you can, when you've got more detail, you can go to finer. And in some areas, as you'll see now, I've just clicked on finer, and we've got a number 1 there. So it'll start adding more levels of detail. So that'll be the first level of detail. And then of course if you want to drop down again, go to coarser, and it will just drop you straight back to level 0, or your base mesh kind of thing. So just a small thing to point out there. But beware, if you are doing levels of detail using subdivision surfaces, be careful when you convert to a polygon and stuff like that and delete history. What happens is all that detail that you have just modelled will disappear if you're not careful. So do be aware of that. But if you convert it properly, you should be able to keep that, all that detail. It's just that you have a very dense polygon mesh, depending on how many levels that you've gone up to. Okay, so let's just have a look in here. Yeah, it's looking good. Okay, I think what we need to do is we're going to add another, just convert that to a poly. We're going to add another loop split just along there, just to sharpen the edge a bit more. There we go. And we'll just use our slider to bring that in. The model at the end we're going to convert anyway over to a poly, but I'm just adding these little bits of detail here, so you can see that you can actually model in do a hard surface model in subdivision surfaces and just add minimal geometry to get the look you're after, and then obviously you can convert it to a high res or medium res or whatever resolution you decide is best when you're finished. Okay, so another edge loop there. We just want to sharpen that again just there. That's looking alright. Okay, so if we go back to standard, there we go. And what I will do is just take this wire display off so you can see. So again, we've got a nice sharp edge, just like all the stuff we've been doing for the engine. Keeping it is still pretty low resolution model. So it's all getting there now. Okay, so let's just have a quick look at our image planes. Okay. Right. So what I think we can do, so we can start to add some more edge detail to these parts now. I think as well what we want to do is, see if you notice on the image planes here, the geometry or the texturing, if you like, there is quite straight. But what I'd like to actually do is cut that detail in, because it's only down around here. It's very minimal sort of geometry. But again, obviously when we convert it over to a high-res poly, it will add the extra geometry in there. But I think it'd be worth it for this. Keep it a nice high-res model. It's not a games model that we're building. So we'll just sort all this geometry out. So first thing, what we're going to do is we're going to just convert that back to a polygon. So we want to go back to our base level. So at the moment it's on level 2 and divisions per face is 1. So what we want to do is go back to vertices and just click on the level there and just put 0 and convert back, and it will just give us our old poly mesh back. Okay, so first things first, we're just going to jump into a side view. Probably add a bit more curve to this. You can see there's still little bits and pieces that we need to tweak. So, you know, we want to try and achieve this kind of straight look that we've got there on the fuselage or body, whatever you want to call it, on our vehicle. So there's a couple of ways of getting these vertices to line up again. And basically what you can do is you can use the V key to snap them together. Okay, so you can either do it that way, so they will line up, or you can, we'll do it on this one as well, you can use the X key so they all snap to a grid and stay straight. Or another good way is you can use your scale key and it will help just line them up again. So you can do it that way. There's 3 little versions there that you can use to basically just realign any vertex and stuff that are out of place. So there's a little trick there for you. Okay, also we can just move around some of this geometry just to get it a bit tidier. Okay, so what we're going to do, we'll just move these across just to about there. It's looking a bit messy there. We'll tidy that up right now. I want to fit our engine up in there. Let's just quickly go in and have a look. Yeah, so it's very, very close there, but we can we'll sort that out. In fact, we could probably lose those polys there. In fact, we will. We can always put them back if need be. For now, we'll just keep it simple. And first things first is I'm going to add another edge loop, and we're just going to slide that along as near as we can. Whoops, and what we will do, we'll just right click and we'll just pop that just to there. Okay, let's just go in there again. It's a little bit untidy there. Okay, so what we will do is we'll extrude that in. So we can start to add that extra detail to that. Okay, so basically all you want is your extrude tool. I'm just going to scale that to there. It's going to give us a little bit of geometry there, but we can delete that without any problem. And what we'll do, we'll just come back on there, and we'll just grab those, just pull those back up ever so slightly and push them across just to level those polys out. If you notice there, if I just go back one, you can see it's a bit awkward. So it's thinner there and it's thicker there, so we'll just do that and then push those across, so we've got more of the same distance through that edge, and then we'll get rid of that poly on the end. It's a little bit wonky there. We can sort that out. We'll just move up the geometry ever so slightly, and we'll just check the geometry here. Again, a little bit too large in that one area, so I'm just going to move that down and move that back, and just jump into our side view. Let's just turn these image planes off a minute, and what I'm going to do, I'm just going to grab the whole of that back half and also we're just going to grow the selection ever so slightly, and we're just going to move that up so it's a bit straighter. There we go, done. So that's not too bad. Just a little bit of tweaking down this end, which we will just those ones there and that there. Okay, so it's not too bad for now. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. And we'll just get rid of our history, and again, because we've got some bits going on in there, we need to just set the faces. Well, let's try to do soft and harden first. There we go, so we'll get rid of that. That's good. Okay, so again, get rid of our history. So we're starting to add the detail to start the bodywork off now. What we're going to cover in the next section is this I beg your pardon, the canopy area. And what we'll do first is we'll select the faces around there, there, and there. We'll just jump back into our side view. Put on our image planes. As you can see there, we've highlighted the shape that we want for that. So if you just add a new material, anything will do. Use a blend or something, lambert, whatever you like, and just basically put a colour on it, just to help you differentiate the surfaces that you work on. It can help this way, but it's always good to do these things. Also, just give it a name, so canopy underscore temp, and then underscore again, then M for material, just for your naming conventions. Always a good bit of practice to do that. So okay, so what we'll do, we'll quickly shape this out, and then in the next section we'll get on with putting the canopy together, adding geometry, and taking it away, and some extruding and stuff to do as well. So I'll just level this all out. Okay, it's not too bad, and we'll just round that out there, there. Just push that back in. Okay, so there we go. So you can see the area we're going to be working on. There'll be a bit more of it, like I say, there'll be a bit more extruding. We will get extra faces and stuff, but it's nothing to worry about right now. So we'll leave this part here, and for the next section we're going to be getting on with that. So cheers for now. Okay, part 6. We're going to carry on with the cockpit in this section. Basically what we're going to do, we're going to add more geometry, and then we're going to get rid of the blockiness, smooth it all out, and stuff like that. And then what we're going to actually do is detach the cockpit from the body of the vehicle. This way it will help us to just add some extra detail and stuff. Also avoiding any unnecessary geometry in the process as well, because sometimes when you can build an object all in one go, but sometimes it can cause problems and sometimes it won't. On this occasion I'm going to choose to build this as a separate entity, but obviously we're going to extract that from the mesh, so we've got our base shape and a shape to match, if you like, as well. So yeah, we're going to build that as a separate entity, add the detail, and then we can combine it, or depending on what you really want to do with this model afterwards, you may want to animate it, and you may want to animate the cockpit opening and closing. So I'll leave that down to you, but we'll be modelling this separately and then just basically combining the whole model together at the end. So we're going to jump straight into the side view now, and we're going to just run some edge loops just to divide up the geometry, so we can add that little bit more smoothing to the cockpit itself, and also to the body as well, so we can get these areas to match. So just going to run another one there and another one there. Don't worry about all this extra geometry that's being created. If you may remember from a previous chapter, I did mention about UVs and stuff. I mean, sometimes it's good to basically just have a good amount of polys and stuff. You don't want too many, otherwise it's just going to be an absolute nightmare to deal with when you come to do your texturing and sorting the UVs out so the textures look nice and they're not stretched. But also, if you have too little as well, you can sort of have the same problem. You might pull the UV one way and the texture will go the other way. So it's all a sort of bit of a fine balance, really. So I'm not really worried about the polys at the moment here. I mean, we're not going for a super low res model like in a game, and we're just building the model just to make it look nice, really. Okay, so anyway, less rambling. Let's get this all into shape. As you can see, it is a little bit blocky, and we will add some more geometry as we go. And also just sort of like keep an eye on points and stuff that might have gone astray. Just little things like that. So some of this might get a little bit tedious, just watching me pulling points about. But I want you to see these kinds of things, because basically there's sort of really no other quick way to do it. So yeah, so we'll just sort of blot that out. That's looking pretty good, and we'll just round that out a little bit more. Just bring this row down a bit more. I mean, if you didn't want to do this particular part of the tutorial like this, and you wanted to get more of a smooth shape straight away, you could always pull in a torus and just cut that up and shape it about a bit. But because we've got this already built onto our model anyway, it's I think it's just far easier if we just do it from the mesh itself. So as you can see, I need to just basically pull these up here to get the framework there, and we also need to probably cut in a bit more geometry too. So I'm just going to have a quick look in our perspective just to see what's going on up here. Might be a nice idea actually if we just pull those forward just to give it a bit more of a round shape for that vent at the front there, save it just being flat, so it'll look quite nice when that's sort of ready. So the top of this is done, it's just the base that needed doing there. Okay, so anyway, back to the task in hand. Okay, what's going on there? So let's just drop that down just a little bit. Just jump into our side view. Yeah, it's not too bad. We'll just straighten that up, and we'll just bring that up just a little bit more on that one. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Alright, so what we want to do now, again, just add a little bit more geometry. See, this is still very blocky in this area. You can see the gap that's just sort of appeared between this edge and sort of like the reference drawing in the background. So we want to just basically keep that fairly smooth. So another edge loop, and another edge loop. Again, I'm really not bothered about this geometry sort of bunching up at the moment. We can always get rid of it afterwards, or we can minimize it, or we can just keep it. So I'll just move all this stuff up a bit. There we go. You can see the shape is a lot better now. It's got a bit more of a natural curve to it. And again, I think we will run some extra geometry down here as well. So one through there, hit the G key, repeat, and again, and again. So now I can just grab all this and just move it into place. As I said, probably a little bit tedious just watching me pull points about, but do bear with it, because things can move along pretty quick. And what we'll do, we'll check this in the perspective view, because sometimes it can all go a little bit out of place when you don't expect it. It might look nice and tidy in one view, but you go to another view and it's gone the other way. So just something to bear in mind. And while I mention that, I'm going to go and have a look now. Let's just turn off these image planes because we don't want those up at the moment. That's not looking too bad. I think all these down here, we can sort of move those about a bit more, and I think we will. And I may run a loop through there just to keep it kind of uniform, and I'm going to run another one through there as well. In fact, no, I'm not. I don't like that one. So let's see how blocky that's looking. That's a little bit too blocky there. What we're going to do, I'm just going to lower that one in there just to keep it looking smooth. I don't want too many sharp edges for the glass. So in fact, we'll just get rid of that one, and we'll deselect that one as well, and we're just going to lower it ever so slightly and just push that in. That's not too bad. In fact, that one can come down. And how are we doing there? And I think what we can do is just bring that one back as well. So that's not too bad now. That's much better. I'm pleased with that. Okay, so we'll quickly jump into our side view, and we'll just quickly balance all this stuff out. I'm just going to rough this out for now. I mean, once you go through this tutorial, you may find a better way to do it. And if you do, let me know. That'd be fantastic. So yeah, we'll just get these nice and as even as we can in this part. As I was saying, if you do find a better way to do something from this tutorial, please do let me know, because this isn't the way to do everything. It's just a way. There could be a quicker way. And I'll be interested to hear, or post up your model on the forum at SimplyMaya.com. Okay, right. Just make this part as quick as I can with this. I don't want to bore you to tears with just point pulling and getting the shape just right. and then we can quickly move back to our cockpit. Let's get the scale tool. I'll just spread those apart, and we'll just move that along a little bit more. Okay, so that's going quite well. It's not looking too bad. And I think what we do need to do is pull those out a little bit just there, because that really has just gone out of shape, and I'm not happy about that. Whoops, I selected something else there. That's better. So let's pull these into view. That's good. And I think what we can do as well is, sorry, while we're here, these little areas, if we do it now we won't have to do it later. Keep it nice and smooth. So we'll just run that into there. Lots of tweaking. Okay, that's good enough for now. We'll just pull that one out there, so it's just curving inwards a bit more, too much rather. Okay, that's good. Right, so what we want to do, we're going to do a bit of extruding for this part as well, and I think we'll get on with that right now. What we're going to do, we're going to extract the cockpit from the body itself, so I'm going to select the object. If you can just make out the colour of the highlight selecting there, you can just see the orange against the orange. Probably a bit of a bad choice there in the shader on my part, but anyway. So what we're going to do, you can either go to your poly modelling menu and edit polygons, and you could pick extract for that. I have a shortcut on my desktop which is actually called detach separate, which is another little script that I use all the time, and I just find it works for me. I've been using that for quite a long time. So that's done that, and then what we want to do is just make sure that we've got no history, and we're going to delete any edge loops that we've had, or I beg your pardon, we've created in this area. And then we're going to do the same with that one. We're just going to make sure there's no history hiding, and we're going to do the same with that as well. So that is basically the main shape of that done. So now what we want to do is begin to add the framework. So this is going to use a little bit of extruding, and we're going to do the top bit first, and then we'll do the lower half just after. So we're going to jump back into our side view, and we're just going to call up our image planes, and before I do go any further, we'll assign that to a new layer. So add selected object, and we'll just call this speeder canopy, and underscore, and I'm going to write dis for display layer, and then we're just going to add selected, make sure that's on there, and same with our speeder body, just make sure, and then we're just going to reference that layer so we don't select it. Okay, so first of all, I think what we're going to need to do is select some faces up here. Let's just get our lasso tool, and I'm just going to get the extrude tool and just basically scale these guys in. As you can see across the top there, because we've just extruded that inwards, we're getting some extra faces that we won't really want. So once I've done this second part on this, we'll get rid of those, and then what we'll do, we'll line up the edges all to the center axis. Let's just have a look at that while we're here. So you can see these faces here, these four faces are unwanted. We don't want those whatsoever. So we'll get rid of those, and we'll do the same on this once we've extruded all that, and then we'll realign those, and then we can carry on. So first of all, I'm just going to stop that there. I'm just going to realign a few of these. So again, we're just going to tidy it up before we carry on, so we haven't got to worry about going back, and just in case we forget. So if we do it now while we're here, it'll work out a lot better for us. Okay. You may not want to do it this way, but I find it does help. You haven't got to worry about it too much. So all these polys are a little bit skewed, and we'll just realign those. I think maybe the framework there's a little bit too thick on the drawing. That's my fault, I'm afraid. So what we'll do, we'll just line these up so they look quite a bit more reasonable. Okay, that's looking pretty good there. And we'll just take that one up and that one up as well, just so it follows the curve. Again, I'm not too bothered about the outside points there, because we're going to delete those faces, as I keep saying. And that one there, and that one there. So, and then we'll run that one up there. So it's just these dudes here. Okay, so we'll run that one back. Because we're going to make a window frame part there, I'm just going to run these one quite close there, because I don't want to have too thick a window frame on that half of the model. So, okay, that's pretty reasonable there. Okay, so we'll just jump into our perspective view, and again, as you can see, got a few little tweaks there. Looks a little bit odd, but we'll sort those very shortly once we extrude it in again. So what we want to do is go to face mode again. That's right click on your mouse over the object, and I'm going to select the lasso tool, and I'm just going to quickly whiz round, and I still miss some. There we go. So, and then again, same bit of practice, and we're just going to extrude those inwards using the scale tool. As you can see, some of the polys have gone funny again. Don't worry, just tweak them, as I'm about to now. And I'm just going to line up these along the window. As you can see, they've got a bit of a strange shape here and there, and these guys all here are gonna, let's just select the edges on that, and we'll just move that down ever so slightly. That's not too bad there, that's pretty good. Retaining the shape, which we need to do there, and a little bit here. So again, a bit of tweaking to do, a bit tedious, but it's just something you've got to do. Okay, so before I carry on with the tweaks, what we'll do, we'll quickly center these up. So what we want to do is get rid of these faces. We don't want those. These are excess faces that we've extruded from when we created the sort of the rough area that's going to be our window frame. So we'll get rid of those right now. So just select those and delete. Looks a bit weird. Right click, select your vertex, and just select all of these dudes along there into your front view. You can hit F on your keyboard to frame them. As you can see, the black line represents the axis that we want to snap to, just by pressing X, and there we go, that's done. That's got that just nicely on that line. So now we can concentrate back on the shape of our canopy. So I'm just going to round these just a little bit more, bring these out, just to get rid of that sort of blockiness still. And I think we could run some extra geometry up through there as well. So Let's just straighten these out. You could use the sculpt poly tool as well, just to get a little bit more smoothing on there if you want. I'm just going to do this by eye for now. Let's have a look there. And what I'm going to do is actually hide the speeder body and the engine, and we'll just concentrate on our cockpit area. There we go, it's starting to take shape now. So just jump back to our side view. Got a few little issues going on there. Just call the speeder body back up. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to take off the reference for that and just highlight that, because I want to get rid of the shape there that's happening. I don't like that at all. So just grab those so it all matches up pretty good still. That one there's out of place just slightly. I think that one is as well. Yeah, we'll just make this a little bit narrower. And there, I think, as well, just to get a bit more of a uniform kind of window frame there, especially at that part, because it's where it joins. Just bring those up. And again, a bit more there out of shape. And we'll just grab these, pull these into place just a little bit lower. Okay, and I think there could do with it as well. Just bring those back down a bit more. And there, looking a bit tapered there. Okay, so all looking pretty good, and I don't like that bit there because it's still sticking out too far, and we'll just round that there. How are we doing? And along here, again, just keeping that geometry as tidy as I can. Probably sounds really finicky, but got to have a clean model. As you can see, our history's just built up just a little bit there. Now if we jump back to our perspective, we'll just have a look at all of this. That's not looking too bad. All this stuff's got to come back out to keep everything looking nice. It's just these little tweaks that take the they sometimes can take the pleasure out of doing all the modelling, but as I keep saying, it is a necessary evil. Okay, that's not too bad there. Let's just keep checking this stuff. Okay, that's not looking too bad. And that one there. Whoops, what have we selected there? Okay, Slight tweak there. Okay, that's great. Okay, so face mode, and we'll just turn off the speeder body again. We don't need that. So what have we done? Let's have a quick look before we carry on. So we've extruded all this stuff in, and we've deleted the faces that were created on the edge there, and basically we've gone round and we've given this more of a rounded shape. Let's just set these vertexes. Actually we'll use soften harden. Let's call that up. Okay, and I'll just put on the, so we can see. So there we go, we've got our window frame along here and just around there and around the back there, so that's all looking pretty good. So what we want to do now is select the inside part now, and then we'll extrude that all in one go. So I'm just going to jump to the side view and see the shape of our canopy there a lot better. A bit of a tweak on that one, and we'll just bring that one down. And what I'm going to do is select all the faces. I'm going to use the lasso tool and hopefully get everything all in one go on this one. Misses one. Okay, and this last lot here. Brilliant. Hey, I'm getting good at it. Okay, so there we go. So I've just hit the extrude again. I've got a shortcut on my desktop. You may want to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to extrude this down again. As you can see, we're going to have extra faces created, but again what we'll do, we'll delete those, and again we'll line everything up, so there's absolutely nothing to worry about. So I'm just going to scale that now just to give us a little bit more of a sort of a roundedness to the sort of window frame edges. So you can see that's all looking pretty good up there as well. Trying to keep it all the same sort of level. Probably what we will do is add another one. So if we just do that now, actually, before we carry on. So we want to extrude that downwards now, or inwards rather. So that's looking pretty much how we want it to be, actually. Let's if we just go into our side view, we can just have a look at that. So that's not looking too bad at all. I think what we will need to do is add an extra edge along this middle part here, just so we'll run an extra edge, and then what we'll do, we'll pull that edge out manually, just so it's nice and smooth, so there's a bit more of a round in there, so it's not so sharp basically. So we've got a nice sort of beveled edge there. Okay, so first of all we're going to jump back into our front view, and we're going to get rid of those faces down there, delete those, and again we're going to select all the vertices or vertexes down this side, and we're going to snap those dudes to the center point. It's not looking too bad, just double checking that. Okay, so that's all beginning to take shape pretty good. Now then, this is the little part I was on about. So what we're going to do, we're going to select this edge, and I'm just going to run an edge loop split through there, so that should hopefully run all the way around the top of this. So I'm going to just tweak this manually ever so slightly. I think I'm going to do this in the side view and keep sort of coming back to it, and you should be able to do every other one because of the points joining up on these edges. You should only really need to do a little bit at a time, which can save a fair bit. It's just these little bits in the corners which we're going to have to go in just down here. I'm just going to bring that up and out there, and that one there can actually It's looking a bit off in there. So just going to zoom in. Just going to create a bit of shape for that one. Or have I got the wrong edge there? I think I've selected the wrong edge. Have I? No, I haven't. No, that's right. Okay, let's go and have another look. Yeah, we've just got a little bit of unevenness going on in there. So we'll correct that very shortly. Let's just nip round the rest of it just to make sure we're heading in the right direction. And that one there can come up. In fact, no, it can't. Those are all looking pretty good along there. So it's just the corners there, which I think that one needs to come out and down. I'll just address that there, and then that one can come up. So those there can come up. As you can see, it's getting a nice bit more of a rounded edge there. And there, we're probably going to have an issue in there, I think, if we did that with the other one. That's not too bad. And we're just going to pop these into place. Okay, so that's almost there. Right, let's just nip into that side view, just have a look at that, see what's going on there. It's a little bit uneven there. I'm not going to move that one, just going to move these all so they all line up. A bit better. Okay. So it's not looking too bad there. Probably still need to tweak that a little bit, I think, in there. But what we'll do, we'll repeat the process again just on here. So again, edge loop split, and we'll just grab those actually in one go. Let's just hit F and frame those, and we'll just raise those up ever so slightly. Actually, that one's not so bad on this. That's pretty good. And we'll move these dudes here. And we'll just move those upwards and outwards. So up one and just into there as well. And the same with these guys here. So upwards and outwards. I think there's just a bit of an issue going on in that corner once again. Let's just move that. It's got to go about there, I think. And that one can go there. Right, that's great. Okay, so let's have a look. We'll just call up the body. So it's beginning to take a bit more form now, as you can see. So I think what we're going to need to be doing for the next section is to start adding detail and stuff to the rest of the ship, and probably more geometry just to balance all this stuff out. Excuse me. I think looking at this, I think what we can do is actually sort of smooth this out a bit more. We can add some loops to this, or just edges generally. I think excuse me, I think what we can have a look at is the smoothing. Let's just take off this wireframe. So if we do this all soft, so it's getting there, it's just a little bit blocky right now. I don't want to turn it into a subdivision surface or anything, because otherwise it's going to give us huge issues in corner parts like this, and I don't really want to start adding unnecessary sort of cuts and things like that, just dividing the geometry up or anything like that. So we're just going to add edges, I think, through there. I'm not overly worried because of the the ship, obviously. We can always adjust the canopy accordingly afterwards, so it really isn't a problem. I think what I may do is actually just scale that up a little bit. Looking at that, I've just thought of something while I'm doing this. So if we just scale the canopy ever so slightly, in fact we'll center the pivot point on that, just scale it just a little bit, and I'm going to move it up and out. And I think what that's going to enable me to do is basically add a kind of depth to it. This is what you call freeform modelling now, without sticking to the plan. I think, yeah, we're going to go with that. I think I'm going to make that a bit bigger for now. Just going to move it forward again and then downwards. Okay, right, so I'm going to bring those edges up afterwards on there. I'm going to add a little bit more depth to this canopy while we're here. I'm going to actually select these edges here, and we're going to extrude those back in so they basically meet up with the ship. You may or may not want to do it like this, but I think it can add a little bit more depth to it. So something unplanned there for you in the tutorial, just a small spark of imagination going on there. These things do happen from time to time. So there we go. We're just going to extrude that. I'm just going to extrude those out. In fact, down. There we go. I know it's a bit out of shape there, but we're going to move that across afterwards. So that's given us a bit more sort of that hard surface ship kind of look. And I'm just going to hit F8, center the pivot again on that, just to make sure everything's okay. I'm just going to move that across, just to make sure everything's cool there. And I'm going to just make sure the verts are all snapped together. Okay, so let's see how we're looking there. So, as I was saying, a bit of freeform modelling there for you. That probably gives it a bit more realism, I think, for that. And we'll delete the history on there. So that now will help us as well, thinking about it, with our smoothing. We won't have to worry about adding too much geometry to the body itself. So we can add some more loops through there, or splits, whatever, and then we can shape that a bit more. So by just selecting those along there, I'm going to be able to, if I move into the side view, I'm going to be able to just move these parts just ever so slightly to create a more of a smooth kind of look, bit fiddly, but look, there we go. See, that's added that to the model already, so that's fantastic. Okay, and we'll repeat the process down here for this one. So again, jump into my side view. Just making sure we're not completely out of sync. I just want to make sure those window frames stay in touch with each other. There we go. I'm just going to deselect all of those down to there, and we're going to pop this guys back where they belong here. Looks like we've had the same problem with that last one. I didn't notice that, but that's what happens when you freeform, or can do anyway. So yeah, it's just that guy there. There he is. I'm just going to move him up. And again, we've got these little verts just sticking out, but they're not a problem at the moment. So there we go. So that's all coming into play. So we're just going to deal with this last set of points and stuff just along here. Okay, and I'm just going to pull those out ever so slightly. There we go. And this one, I'm just going to pull that back in just a bit on there. Let's see how we're doing up here. There's a bit wonky there. We can jump into our top view and have a look at that. It's just gone slightly out of place, so we can move all these. Right, let's just grab those. They look like they're causing a bit of a stir up there. Yeah, there they are. There we go. So that's not too bad. And those guys there as well. Excellent. Okay, well it's a little bit blocky there, but it's not a problem. We'll deal with that in another section. But I think that's all beginning to take shape now. That's great. Good. I'm pleased with that. That's worked out quite nicely. Good. And we can just pull that guy out there just a little bit. Again, these are just really tiny tweaks that you're not going to see. Okay, so if we just go and set those to face, delete the history, and there we go, it's pretty good. So we just need to sort a few of those edges out still. There we go, done, just the vertex normals. So that's not a bad looking cockpit for now. We can still add a bit more detail later on down the line. So the next stop, we'll start putting the detail onto our fuselage. So see you in the next section. Cheers. Okay, moving right along, we've managed to achieve our 1/2 of our cockpit there. So what we're going to do, we're just going to stick that on a reference layer, and we're going to concentrate on our bodywork here. And the first thing I really want to do is sort this geometry out here, because it's a bit of a mess. It's all very uneven and stuff like that. So I think the first thing I want to do is actually add a couple of loops. So one there, and I'm going to run one through here, and run another one through there. Okay, so it still looks a little bit messy, but my main concern are these ones here. So I want to get rid of that one and that one, and we're going to alternate these all the way along and to there, so we don't actually interfere with any of the corner work. You may recall that in the last part where we created the cockpit from the actual bodywork, we extracted that and then we played around with this, but we needed to add the extra geometry, so we got a nice curve on there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of all this geometry now from that part. And that one there we need to get rid of. So just going to delete that. So there you can see the geometry is beginning to get a much better flow to it. Okay, yeah, we've got a little bit sticking out just at the top there. It's nothing to worry about. We can adjust that, no problem. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is just to save a little bit of time in this section, because obviously I don't want to bore you to tears just putting points around and stuff. So we'll do the bulk of the work, or the bulk of the smoothing rather. We're going to use the artisan tool. Just going to smooth that out. So I don't really want to do this particular section using subdivision surfaces or anything. I just want to stick to good old-fashioned robust polygons, and like we did really with the canopy. So just really want to make the most of that using this technique. So I'm just giving this a gentle tickle with the artisan brush just to pull things into place. Again, I'm not too worried about it, about how things are sitting, because this is going to smooth out, and we'll probably still end up putting a few points around anyway. So, you know, you've got the tools, use them. There we go. So that's not looking too bad. We'll probably have a few issues, I think, on this area here, I have a feeling. So we'll have a look at that area when we finish this part. Okay, so I'm just going to jump into the side view, and you can see that the flow is a lot better now. I just want to level some polys out on here. So we'll just bring that one there and that one there. It's probably a bit over smoothed, or because of the position we've got coming from there. So a little bit of swings and roundabouts going on. So first I want to just really tweak the roundness of this, just so everything's looking even. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select these guys here, just move those down a little bit, and also these ones here. Okay, it's a little bit bunched up, so I'm just going to lower those, and there we go. Okay, right, so we're just going to pull this one up. That's much nicer, and I'm just going to rotate that as well. There we go, so that's looking better. Right, I think the thing to do now is just round that out so that goes back in sort of toward the engine area. So we'll just give these a bit of a tweak. I think I will lower them a little bit more. Just bring them down actually. I think I took them too high, but there we go, that's better. Okay, so that one there, okay. Okay, so that's not too bad. I'll just level that out. Okay, so let's see where we're at. Okay, that one's got to come in a bit more. I'm just going to pull that there, and again. Okay, that's pretty good. And these in here we can lower these. And I think what I want to do is just round that out a little bit more. And we'll just call up our engine. There we go. So we really want to try and get that within Okay. So still a little bit rough there, not a problem. We've still got to add a dome to the front of this, and also we do need to bring that forward. Or is it that one needs to go back? I think that one's got to come forward just in this area, so we'll do that. And we'll bring that one round as well. I just want to bring that to try and keep everything sort of looking like it's been machined evenly. Okay, so let's get in there. It's looking pretty good. Okay, so I think we shall move along and we shall tweak this centre part here. Just start rounding that out. So it's not too bad in there. As you can see, there's a slightly out of shape in some of these areas. Okay, I'll bring that out. So again, it's just all tweaks, you know, just for this section it's just real tweaking, and we're going to add some more detail in this area very shortly, and also on the back here, just to make sure everything's going according to plan. Just jump into the front view, we'll just have a quick look there, we'll turn our engine off, let's see how we are. There we go, that bit can go up a bit I think, give us a bit more. Actually we'll drop that down, just give us a little bit of continuity there along with these lot, which we still need to do. So just make sure all of this stuff's equal around here if we can. Okay, so that's there, that's pretty good. And what I may do is, let's have a look at this, let's grab those. I'll just move that around. And we'll just push that up a bit. It's probably taken us out of shape ever so slightly with the engine itself, but I just want the body here at the moment to look nice. So we can just push that up as well. We'll take those in, keep it nice and round. Okay, and we'll just jump into the side view. I'll just see how we're going here. So I want to push that one back again. That seems to keep popping out. I think try and keep that fairly sort of oval shaped. I think at the end that's going to look. So let's just pop these back as well. That's much better. Okay, so that's looking quite leveled out now. So I think I don't want to do too much up there actually. Oh, that's not too bad. Okay, so what I am going to do is I'm going to just have a quick flip into a subdivision surface at the moment, just to see how smooth it's looking, so we can adjust any of these while it's in its sort of an organic smooth form. So I'm just going to quickly do that. So there's a few little lumps and bumps, but I think we've still got to adjust all this stuff here for the engine housing once we come around to that part. So we can. Okay, so this is just basically very tiny tweaks. and stuff. This is what I was talking about. This is why I don't want to turn it into a subdivision surface, otherwise I'm just going to be cutting excess geometry into the model that I don't really want to do. So we'll just add sort of loops and stuff like that, and then we can do a proper smooth on the geometry, meaning the edges smoothed, not as in a poly smooth, because I don't really want to put too much in there. Okay, so just head back to a polygon. There we go. Yep, I thought we'd get a problem with that area there as well. No problems at all though for us, because we're going to deal with that very shortly. Okay, so moving right along, we shall just call up our image planes to see if we're making sure we're going in the right direction. And yes, we are. So what I think we need to do is start to sort of sharpen these areas up just in here. So we can start by doing this one here. I think this one needs to be a bit more leveled out, and we're going to extrude that out as well. So if we just jump into the side view, and yeah, it does need a tiny bit, although it does sort of seem to flow. Let's just turn the body off a minute. It does seem to flow with the slope of the ship here. So I think, actually, let's have a look. We'll do a quick extrude on these faces. Turn those off. Okay, so what we'll do extrude it, see how we look. I think I'm going to prefer that actually to be straight. I'm not overly keen on that being sloped down at the top there. Let's go back one. Okay, so the bottom half doesn't look too bad. So it's just these little tricky bits. Let's just pop that down there. Good. Okay, so let's just go and have a quick look at our shape overall. So I think that one there can probably come out just a little bit, and that one there, oops, one too many. Okay, and that one there looks like it needs to come out and down. Again, tweak the shape. If you see something out of line, tweak it, because you may miss it later, or may not even bother coming back to it. So see, just here, it's just not round enough here. Let's just select the edge and we'll pull those both out at the same time. And same with this one. And I think we need to do that one as well. And bring that across. And that one there is a bit messy. Okay, tedium over. Okay, so let's have a look at this. So I think we still need to bring those up ever so slightly. There, actually, no, we'll keep that back where we were. Move that one up. And now we'll go to our faces and we'll extrude. so hopefully it'll look a little bit better. So I'm just going to pull that out just a tad there, not too much, and then I'm going to do another one. This time I'm just going to scale that in and then bring it up. So it's not too bad at all. Let's just set the faces. It's looking a little bit rough, don't worry about it. Okay, let's just see where we are with our shape now. So we could probably drop that one, I think, now. Drop that in. Okay. Again, we'll probably have some excess faces around this area from where we've just done that extrusion, so let's just basically get those and delete, and the same at the bottom. When we can select them. Okay, so that's better. I'm pleased with that. That's certainly getting there now. And again, we've got build up of history, just get rid of that. Easy done. Okay, so I think what we need to do is now to begin adding okay, so I think what we can do is start add there. In fact, I'm going to add it there, and I'm just going to slide that there, and then we're going to select the ring, and I'm just going to push this forward just to give that more of a lip there, so that actually lines up with that, so that's a bit better looking. And I'm just going to turn off our image planes. That's not looking too bad. I think what we do need to do again is a little bit of tweaking. In fact, the other thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to duplicate this, not 60 times as we did with our fans, but just one, and on 0, and I'm just going to instance this so it updates on the other side so I can see what it's doing. So -1 on the X plane and duplicate, so that's there, and just so you can see, let's move the center pivot for that. And we'll just do the same. So that's it's beginning to take shape. So and we'll just pop the engine up. So it should look quite funky when it's done. But you can see the shape starting to come into its own now. So anyway, we shall get rid of that, and we'll just hide our engine again. So where are we? So what we need to do is just basically start to tune this lot up. So just go to 4 just to see where my vertices are. So what we're going to do, we're going to hit X and just going to snap that to the grid. So that's all nice and level there. Okay, so now then, the trouble area is sort of around here. So I think what we're going to do is drop those down there just a little bit, and then we're just going to narrow these ones here because these are too wide for my liking, and that one there, but I'm just going to push those out just to give them a bit more of a circular kind of feel and look. I'm just going to squeeze these ones a little bit as well, and around here. Just take it all the way to the bottom. Get it as near as we can. Okay, so that's not too bad. Right, so just turn on our image planes again. Now I think what we can do is the same for this one. So if I just select that edge, and we'll make another loop, and we'll just bring that forward ever so slightly, and we'll select that again, go into a side view, and basically give that a bit of shape, just like that. So it's got a little bit of a more of an angle at the top there. I think we need to correct that, so it does look a little bit odd. So if we just grab the vertices, I think, and there, and there, that's better. Make sure the shape is okay. Let's just get those planes out of the way, so that's good. Okay, so that's getting there. Okay, so we need to round just these bits out ever so slightly, and the top one, oh, the top one's not too bad, so it's just the bottom ones there. Whoops, missed that one. There and there as well. Okay, so we'll just round that out ever so slightly. We do need to keep that one round as well. Okay, so we'll just give it a little bit of a tickle like that. That's looking pretty good. Okay, right. So I think what we need to do is delete our history. And we'll have another look at our image planes and see how we're doing. That's pretty cool. Okay, so what have we got? So we need to look at this now. We're going to extrude this in. We're going to add a bit more geometry just around the edge of there. I think what else we need to do is just raise this up ever so slightly. Just to put more of a curve kind of back into it. So that seems to be disappearing a little bit just behind the cockpit area, or just disappearing behind into the canopy area. So we'll just raise those up. There we go. And just a bit more. Okay, so jump to our side view. Have a quick look. Not too bad. Just bring that forward a bit, and the top one. Okay, so let's have a look at our shape. Yep, that's not too bad. So what we can do now is select our faces and extrude those back in. So first of all, I'm going to just shrink it ever so slightly and then push it back in, just to put a bit of a curve on the outer there, or the beginnings of one anyway. So actually we'll make it a bit more just so you can see, and then we're going to extrude that back in on itself, and we'll take that right into there, and that should be fine. Now we'll do one more. And then another one, just to detail we might want. Okay, so it justifies its sort of purpose of what it's doing in there. So now what we need to do is basically delete in the front view. We just go there and we just want to get rid of all of this lot here, and then we're going to select all the vertex and stuff down, and making sure we've got everything that we need. Yep, and again hit W for your move tool and hit X so it snaps it to the grid. There we go, that's pretty much there. And I think what we're going to need to do is delete those in there as well. So just better check the back, make sure I've not deleted anything that we still want. Okay, so let's just get rid of those, and then we'll do the same again by joining up the points in the centre. So there we go, and hit X. There we go. So it's a fairly straightforward process. This one is nothing difficult about it. We've got some holes there. We'll probably do a boolean for those, hoping that the geometry will withstand it, because sometimes they can cause a bit of a problem. I don't usually use them, to be honest, but for this exercise we will, just to add a bit of extra to the ship. Okay, so I think again we need to just cut in another one now. I've just spotted on the image that we've just got, so just pop that ever so slightly there. We'll select the ring and we're just going to move it forward. There we go. So that's all taking shape quite nicely there at the back, and that's not too bad either. So okay, so if we just nip back to our image planes, have a look. Got this here, got a panel there. What we could do is make just an extrusion back inside of the ship. So if we just nip into our side view, we'll try and level that out a little bit, just for this part. Just going to make that level, and that bit there. And get hold of the face, and we're going to push that back. So just extrude that in on itself. I'm just going to scale it down just to put a nice edge on there. Again, another extrude. And again. And what you can do is just squeeze that down. And there we go. And we'll just set the faces on there just so you can see what's going on. There we go, that's looking pretty good. We can add some detail to that a bit later on. Okay, so what have we done? So we've got rid of all the geometry here. Excuse me. We've added the detail there. I think what we need to do as well is start to look at these areas here around the engine housing. We just need to sort of balance this bit out a bit more. It's looking a bit untidy. Okay. So I think we can start to just finish these engine parts off here, and then we can move on to our next section. So first, actually, I want to just add another loop around this part just to finish that off. just bring that out ever so slightly. Actually, no, we won't. Let's just see what we can do with that. In fact, I don't think we're going to need that at all for that, looking at that now. Although that could do with a little bit of rounding just there. So I'll leave that there for now. Okay. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, so what we're going to do, just going to come down to this part as well. We're going to add some geometry on there just to finish that off as well. That definitely needs something there. Let's just move that up to there, and I think what I'm going to do with that, let's have a look, see if we can. No, it's not going to let us. So just going to move this forward ever so slightly. Get a bit more of a rounding on the front there, and then we're going to just do the same with this. I'm just going to no, still won't select. Can be a little bit tricky sometimes. And then we'll just select that one there. I'll do this all manually. Okay, and the last one, we'll just bring that forward as well. There we go, so hopefully it should all start to sort of smooth out a bit better at the front there. And I think what we do need to do is just select those points in the front and just move that up ever so slightly. And also these here, okay, and there, so it's a bit rounder. Okay, so there we go. So a pretty straightforward section for this one. Now if we just go back to object mode and just have a look at our vehicle, so it's really taken shape. Now I think what we need to do is move on to this part in the next section, and then once that's done we can put a cap on the end of our engine here, add a bit more detail for here so the engines can sit onto the body, although we have got some parts for that already. We've got these sort of like small little pieces sticking in there already, but I think we need to add just a couple of extra bits just to make that a bit more solid and ground that into reality a bit more. And then once that's done we can start to move on to texturing. So the next section will cover all these front bits, just finish off a few of the little bits, and then that's pretty much done for that. We've obviously got the fins and stuff as well to add, and of course the little booleans for the holes in the back there. So we'll cover those in the next section, and I will see you. Okay, part 8. So what we're going to do, we're going to carry on just adding a few bits and pieces to our model. But before we do that, I want to just touch on these holes here at the back. Basically what I did plan to do was just basically use a cylinder to cut a hole in the bodywork. of our vehicle using a Boolean operation, which you can find just up here, and we were going to use the difference command to basically cut a hole out. But the problem is, I think we are going to get a problem because of the way that this is actually set up, and I do like my geometry to be really kind of clean. You know, in all my models it has to be clean. I don't mind the odd triangle here and there, I don't mind the odd 5-side polygon here and there, but overall I don't want over 5 sides if I can help it with any geometry that I do create. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to demonstrate how a Boolean can sort of mess up geometry. So without further ado, I'm just going to hide a few bits, speeder engine, and we'll hide the image plane. So this is just for a demo purpose anyway. So first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a polygon cylinder, and we're just going to give it a few more divisions, and we're going to rotate that around the Z axis or Z axis, depending where you're from. So we're just going to pop this into place. It's always ideal as well to make sure you haven't got any history on these objects as well, because that can also interfere with anything that you use a Boolean command with. So sometimes it can interfere. So let's just pop our image plane up. We'll jump into our side view just to see where we are. That's not a bad guess, is it? So we'll just scale that down a little bit more. Okay, about there. So okay, we'll just nip inside there. So we've got, what you want to do is give yourself plenty of leeway, either with your object. Let's just turn that off. So you've got a fair bit inside and a fair bit outside, so you've got enough room so you know you're going to be cutting a hole. So then what you do, you select that object and you know you want to cut a hole from that. So polygon, so Boolean, and we'll go to difference. There we go. So you can see it's cut our hole, but it's a bit of a mess around the outside here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-sided polygon there, but on this side we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and a bit, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we've got an 11-sided polygon there, and it's really not ideal. So what I propose to do for this particular section is we'll just build some sort of like caps over this. Now, the good thing is we've already got some geometry in place for that, so I'm just going to move it out ever so slightly, and we're going to put our speeder body on a reference layer there for a minute. We're just going to reference its layer, and all I'm going to do is basically I'm just going to use this poly cylinder. I'm just going to delete the ends there, and I'm going to move it back into place so it's about there. In fact, we can kind of scale it down a little bit more, and I think by doing what I'm about to, it'll make it a little bit more visually interesting at the back as well. So what we're going to do, we're just going to do a few extrudes on this and basically sort of create a false hole on the vehicle itself. So I'm just going to give this a few bevels, or sort of a couple of extrusions to create a sort of a lip and a sort of bevel edge. So I'm just going to move this forward a bit more, scale that in, and we'll scale it in again, and again, and just going to push that one in, and then again, and again, and the last one. And then what we'll do, we'll just keep that there for now. Okay, so it's actually made that a bit more interesting towards the back, without messing up any geometry. Everything's kept clean. I like to keep the geometry clean, otherwise it can cause havoc with stuff. It can, if you've got unclean geometry, it can cause havoc with renders, or setting up textures, stuff like that. So do bear that in mind as well. So, and there we go. So all we want to do is we want another one of those. So we're going to edit, just go and check our duplicate menu settings. We're just going to reset those and duplicate that, and we're just going to move it along. And there we go. So that basically is, yep, they're separate objects. They stick out a little bit, but I think it actually looks better in the long run for that. So it saves a lot of hassle with trying to cut in your geometry from those Boolean operations that we just went through. Anyway, moving along, once again, we're going to just nip down to the engine, and if I just pull up the engine parts, there we go. This bit needs to go up a bit more. This is actually a subdivision surface. You'll get this on your DVD, and all I'm going to do is just move that up ever so slightly into there. And if you recall as well, in the last section I did say we're going to add a couple of little bits just to attach this to the body a bit more, just to ground it a bit more as well. So let's just pop up our image planes a minute. So yeah, we want maybe a couple of these pipes just sticking on the side here. I might actually do them coming from there and into there. Again, this isn't written in stone, just use it as a guideline, but when you build your engine, try and get some reference for it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to maybe put 2 more pipes coming from there running onto here, and we're going to bend those upwards using a deformer. So that shouldn't cause too much hassle. So we'll jump straight in and do that now. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to template these engine parts. Okay, and that's okay for now. And the speed of body as well, we'll template that, and we'll get rid of that side. We don't really need that at the moment. Okay, so and we'll add those as well. Okay, great. So I think the first thing to do is we're going to create another polygon cylinder. Let's just move this dude over, and we're going to give that, let's say 36. Okay, and then we're going to scale that down, and I think what we need to do is give it a bit of height as well, so we'll make that 12, and again we're going to scale that up, or sorry, in height, and I'm just going to scale it again and then just stretch it a little bit more. Okay, so then we're going to just come on over to our engine, and we're going to do what we're going to do. We're going to create like a plug on either end, something for it to sit in. So there's 1 and there's 2. Okay, and basically we're just going to extrude, and we'll go from this end. So I'm going to scale that out. So again, a few more extrudes for this, or as many as you want to do. And I'm just going to pull that down to make that a bit more interesting there. Just make sure the top's going okay. Yes, it is. And I'm going to do another one, and a bigger one for the outside now. There we go. And then we're going to take that down ever so slightly, scale that out, and then back down. And then one more coming out to about there, so it's not too bad. Okay, and then all I'm going to do is just extrude that down one more just to make it a little bit flatter, and then I'm just going to delete those ends because I don't think I need those. Okay, so let's call up the speed of body. That's it. Okay, so we know where we are, and we're going to delete the history on that because we don't need any history on that. And now we're going to move this into place. In fact, yep, we'll move that into place first, sort of a roundabout. And back to our perspective view, and we'll just bring up our speeder engine parts as well so we can actually see where we're going. And I think we should rotate that. I think it's about right, about there. Let's have a look. And back to our perspective. That's not too bad. Okay, we'll just move that along ever so slightly. Okay, with a bit of luck this should work in one go. So we go to our animation menu, deform, create non-linear, and we're going to get a bend deformer. And hopefully we should be able to bend that one way or the other. And if I can select this object, oops, okay, so we'll delete the history on that, and oh, it's too far, so a bit of tweaking to do. Let's try there. Okay, and I'm going to scale that down. So there we go. Okay, right, so we need to get that to line up with that. And what we can do, I think, is I'm going to do this by hand. And I'm going to put a cluster on that, and we're going to use that. And we're going to just rotate that ever so slightly. To there. And then, yeah, that's not bad. I would rather it was sort of that angle. Let's see how we go. And we're just going to smooth that out. That's a bit better. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is just delete the history on that, and we're going to move that back. And up a bit. And what we need to do is curl it round because that body tapers ever so slightly. In fact, what we'll do, we'll put another cluster on that, and we'll move that into place manually. So we'll use those ones there, and we'll swing that round, give it more of a natural feel fitting into there. So that's pretty good. So again, I want our rotate tool, move the pivot point, and we'll just swing that round and down a little bit. I'm just going to move that back and rotate that back up. There we go. Okay, so again, I'm just going to smooth that back out. There we go. So that's that one. So now we need to create another one, and then what we can do once we get to the other side, once these are textured, we can use those on the other side as well. We'll just mirror those across, and that adds to a little bit more detail. So I'm just going to duplicate that one. Make sure our duplicate settings are all okay. Yep, they are. And just going to move that across. And now we need to tweak this one. So again, we'll use another cluster, and all we're going to do is just going to move that one inwards. Okay, so let's just check our outliner. Yep, there it is. Okay, good. And we're just going to move the insert, sorry, the pivot point by pressing the insert key again. Put it back. And we're going to move this up and rotate it again into place, so it kind of like matches the other one around about. There we go. So again, we'll just flood that just to smooth this area out here. There we go. And delete the history. And of course, we want to give it some nice edges. We need to set the vertexes, I think. These are going to be a bit tricky. There's always one. Okay, let's hide everything else. Okay, let's concentrate on those. Okay, so almost there. We may have to select these edges and just go round a bit at a time just to get these to look right at the end of the day. So I'm just going to select those, and hopefully Maya will let us select contiguous edges. Let's have a look, and yes, it does. Excellent. And so we can then give those some harder edges around there, and we'll just double check that that looks okay. Yeah, it's getting there. It just needs to, it's going to cause me hassle, I think, this one. We may have to export these as OBJs and then just bring them back in, which I think I'm going to have to do. So I'll quickly export those. we shall call those pipes. Sometimes these things happen where the object just does need to be exported and brought back in. So I'm going to delete those and bring them back in. Pipes, import, there we go, and then hopefully we'll be able to set the faces on these. Okay, and then with a bit of luck, there we go, done. Did it do it? I'll just set the vertex normal on those. There you go, done. So you can see sometimes you get a few problems. It caught me out there on the fly, but luckily with a bit of perseverance and exporting those back out as OBJs, you can soon solve problems like that in next to no time really. So we'll just call up what we last hid, and there we go. So that's those parts done. I think another thing we need to do for this section is basically create a bit more of a sort of rounder front end here. I'm not overly happy with the way this is looking at the moment, so I'm just going to turn off the engine, and we'll add those parts to the engine as well, and we're just going to hide those, and we'll hide those parts, we don't need them. Okay, so if we look at this, you can see it's not very round on the front end here. I'm not overly happy with that. So what I would like to do is add some more edges, and then what we're going to do, we're going to redirect this here, I think, without adding edges going all the way back up. So otherwise what will happen is we'll end up having to reshape all of that again, and I don't really want to do that. So a quick way of doing it would be to basically, we'll run some edges here using MJ Poly Tools as always. So first of all, I'm just going to nip into the front view so we can see where we're going, and we'll just start to round it out as we go, I think. Otherwise we'll end up with just too many to worry about. So, and we'll just round these off so we get a better sort of look to it. Okay, so, and then we can start to do this one. Again, edge loop split, and again I'm just going to nip into the front view and select our points, and we're going to move those upwards. There we go, you can see it's already getting smoother as we're running through there. And tricky part now, so we're on this corner, we're sort of almost like a pole, if you like. Now the thing I'm going to do is basically I'm just going to delete this edge. Okay, so what we need to do now is basically put another edge in there, and then we're going to join it all back up through here. So by selecting that one, or any one of the ones on the inside here, I'm going to do that. As you can see, it's not joined that up because it knows that that would have been more than 4 sides. So by using the split poly tool, I can just join those up, and then what I'm going to do again is select the edge here, put another split there, and this one will join up there. So that's pretty straightforward. It's a pretty easy task. So all we need to do now is just give it a bit more shape. So we'll just shape that out once again. And if we just nip into a side view, I could do a little bit of round in there as well. We'll just tweak that ever so slightly. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, so I think I'll just space those out a little bit better. Okay, so again, we need to still add a little bit just in here. That bit there can be done as well. We'll just nip into the front of there, and we'll just pull that across. There we go. You can see that's starting to work nicely already. And so we can grab those instead of doing everything all over again. So it's not too bad. And that's okay, because I don't really want to run any more geometry up there. It's just, otherwise it's just going to be get stupid running through there just for the sake of one set of edges. So what I am going to do, I'm going to run just a little bit more just down here. So I'm going to put one there, and one there, and there we go. So jump into the front. Let's just have to select these from here, I think. Let's just select those, turn those into points, and I'm just going to bring them out ever so slightly there. In fact, this one set of edges can go back up now. Yep, I think they can. So these edges, if we just select those can go up, and what I'll do, deselect those and that one, get the scale tool, and we can just move that up. It's not looking too bad. And then again we'll select our points just to tidy those up on the fly. There we go, it's pretty easy. It's all pretty straightforward so far. And the mesh is looking very tidy as well. So we're achieving some of our goal. And I think this one here could do with a bit of a move around. Okay, and that one there, and we'll just move that. And then these guys here can come out as well. So look at that. Okay, so we're keeping it all nice and round. And there as well, these guys here, those can come down. Oops. And that one, come on, there we go. Okay, so just that one there, and we'll just balance that out a bit more as well. Again, we may have to tweak this once we put the engine dome in and stuff like that. We'll see how we go. And that one there, we'll just move that up ever so slightly. It's not a perfect circle, as you can see. Okay, so that's pretty good. Okay, so let's just have a quick look at how we're doing. I think we can probably bring that one in there. So lots of tweaks at the moment still. Okay. And I think what we need to do is just see how smooth it's all going to be. And I think we may need to actually push those back again. Those there, just to get that looking a bit rounder. Okay, so right, okay, so we'll pop the canopy back up, see how we're doing there, and we'll just select that point, That's not too bad. Good. Okay, so we're just going to have a look at the surface itself. We're just going to soften, harden those normals and stuff. It's looking pretty good. It's just that bit there. There we go. That's looking alright. Okay, so there's a couple of little bits up there, still need doing. Okay, they're not a problem. We can sort those out afterward. These are all just soft edges. We want those to be hard really, so we can do those last, so it's no big deal. Okay, so that covers that. Okay, let's put that back. Good. Okay, great. So that's looking pretty good on this part, I think. In the next section we'll cover the final part of the bodywork itself. We'll add the small detailed fins, and then following that we can get on with our UVs, I think. So the modelling is almost done on this. It'll be the texturing that's really going to make this come to life. So I'll see you then. Cheers. Okay, welcome to part 9. As you can see, we've upgraded our software since our last chapter, and we're going to jump straight in and we're going to carry on with our engine. So I'm just going to hide everything else just so we can work on this, and what I'd like to do is just basically round this off at the front. So I'm just going to create a poly sphere and make that 9 divisions, as that's what our cylinder has here at the moment. And I'm just going to move it up to there, and we're going to delete half of this. Let's just go into our side view. Let's just have a quick look there. I'm just going to get rid of those because we're not going to need those, and center the pivot, and we're going to rotate that back around the X 90. No, wrong way. Let's do minus 90. Okay, and what we're going to do, we're going to move this guy up to here, and just got a little bit of tricky maneuver to do. Just got to line it all up. And here, so what we're going to do first, I think we're going to rotate this until that just about sits on there, like that, and then I'm just going to move it across just so the width fits, and we're just going to rotate that around a little bit more. I think that should do us. It's probably a little bit big there, so I'm just going to scale it in, and again we're just going to move that over slightly and push that back in. Okay, so it's not looking too bad, just slightly out. So what we'll do, we'll just move that down, and that's not too bad at all. So what I'm going to do is just point snap these edges to the cylinder, and then we'll merge those points together. What you could do as well, you could fill the hole, extrude those out, and then add the divisions. But I thought by adding the sphere and cutting that in half, it would just save a little bit of time. So if you want to do it the other way, that's good for me, and if it works, brilliant. but I think by adding the sphere you haven't got to worry about guessing the roundness of it, but you may want to choose to do something different. So just snapping these points to the cylinder. I think that's the last one. Let's just double check that one. Yep. Okay, so I'm going to select both the objects and I'm going to combine them again using a shortcut that I have on my shelf, and then we're going to merge those points together, and I'm just going to show the border edges, so it will tell me you can see the thick line there, and if the points merge then that thick line will disappear and will be the same width as these ones around it. So I'm just going to select those, go back to poly, again another shortcut, and there we go, that's all done, nice and easy. Okay, and I'm just going to delete the history, and I'm move this back a bit and go to command, show last hidden, and there's our dome part of our vehicle just inside there, so it's not too bad. I'm just looking at this sort of area, looks like we could probably do with a little bit of a tweak here and there. It's a little bit untidy. So let's see how we're looking. So we'll grab the points on this side and we'll just move those back inwards, and we'll do the same with these. So that's a bit better, looking a bit tidier now. A good way to check as well with the few of the new features with Maya is hit 3 on the keyboard to see if the smooth is working okay. Obviously we don't want these rounded areas here. That one's not so bad. We certainly don't want that one there, but this is a good way just to check how smooth things are going to look. Let's just turn off our wireframe as well. It's not looking too bad, probably still slightly bumpy there. Yeah, you can just see where it's just slightly uneven there, so I'm just going to move that out. I think there is pretty good. Okay, and I'm just going to hit 1 on the keyboard just to take it back to the main poly. And again, got a fairly smooth domed part to our engine there. That's all looking pretty good. What we're going to need to do shortly is, well actually we'll do that when we've done the UVs. I think we'll just fill this hole and add a little bit of detail afterwards, and then we can just re-UV that section. We'll do that when we come to that. So I think what we're going to do is create a polycube, and we're going to move this up, and we're going to make the top fin so again you can do it this way, or you could create a polyplane and create a shape from a plane with a few divisions. I'm using a cube. I'm just going to divide this up once and two. I think I'll do 3 for this one. And I'll just add a couple just on there. Okay, and again, just going to move the points about. Just to give it the shape. And what I will do, I'm just going to level these out a little bit, or get them a bit more evenly spaced. There we go. That's not too bad. Okay, so that's a little bit thick. Well, I don't think we want it that big. So if we just go back into object mode, and we're just going to scale it down to about there. That's pretty good. And what we don't need is the bottom half, or the bottom row of polys. So we can delete those, and what I'd like to do is just extrude these out ever so slightly, just to round the edges off. And we'll just extrude those. And we'll just push those in just to give it a bit of roundness. And there we go. And I think what we need to do is just adjust that corner part. So if we jump back to our side view, you can see let's just hide that camera. So as you can see, where we've extruded that and scaled it, it's just moved it slightly out of position, and we'll just push that back. You can see the edge straightening up there, and same here, you can see it's got like a step to it, so we'll just straighten that up. There we go. So that's that top fin done, and as you can see, we need to put another one there. So all I'm going to do is duplicate that, and I've just pressed Ctrl D on my keyboard, and I'm going to scale this right down. Let's go to our side view. I'm going to hit F so it zooms into it. There we go, we'll just pop that in there, and again we'll just move these points just to fit our shape. Another good shortcut that could be done is you could do the UVs on it first and then duplicate it afterwards if you wanted, just to save a little bit of time, but I'm not overly concerned about that at the moment. I just want to get the actual look of the model. But I think when we come to do the UVs, I may do exactly what I've just said. So okay, so that's the other fin done. Okay, so that's all taking shape, which is great. It's looking really good. And what we've got this gizmo sticking down at the back there, so I think what we can do, we can move in on that one. So again, polygon cube. This is a very simple piece of geometry to or object to make. So if we just zoom in there, and again I'm just going to scale that, and again now side view, going to hit F, and just move it all into position, and then just move that about again. As you can see, the drawing is not quite straight, which could be a good thing. A bit of asymmetrical or asymmetry going on, so we can just make it not look too uniform, so it gives a bit more of an organic feel as well. So that's pretty good. And again, I'm going to just bevel these two edges actually for this one. So I say bevel, but it's kind of like a bit of a cheat to get a bevel. So just going to extrude those edges and move those in. And again, we don't need the faces there, and we're not going to need the faces there either. So now what we want to do, we want to get this sort of like cylinder shape, but I'm going to do this with a bit of a difference. I'm going to create a polysphere and just move that into place, and just rotate that round. In fact, if I use J on the keyboard, we can snap it or rotate it in increments. And what I'm going to do is move these along to this end, and I'm just going to add another 2 smaller loops just to add on the end, just to keep in here, so it just levels the geometry out a bit as well. So one sort of there and one there. Okay, and we'll just scale that up a little bit so the top row is straight, as you can see there, and we'll do the same with this one. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, and then what we're going to do, we'll center the pivot, we'll scale that right down to about there, and then we'll move all this into place. I'd say about there. I'll just pop that there. And again, just tweak that, just so we got a little bit hanging over. That end's not too bad. Okay, and again, center pivot, and we're just going to rotate this one round. There we go. And I'm just going to move that up. And delete the history. Okay, so let's just hide our image planes a minute and see how we're looking. So as you can see, it's all coming together. and if we just duplicate that across, and the same with that, so you can get a good idea of what our vehicle is looking like. And what we need to do now is just add a little bit of detail on the ends here. As you can see, it's not perfectly round, but I'm not overly concerned. Okay, so if we put our image planes back on, you can see I've just got some little bits of geometry going on there, so I'm just going to make those up, so to speak. We'll just hide those. And I'll create another sphere, I think. You can create what you like. This is just sort of like minor detail to go on the back, just to sort of finish it off, give it some sort of meaning at the back, and sort of like excess controls for the vehicle itself. You could even duplicate some of these engine parts as well to stick on the back, which is what I might do. And again, just going to hit J on the keyboard just to rotate, snap those into place. And I'll put another one there. And let's see what we've got here. I think I'll borrow a couple of bits from here. In fact, I quite like that one, so I'm going to borrow that, and we're going to pop that on the back too. And I'm just going to snap that to the center, or as near as. There we go. I can make those a bit smaller, I think. In fact, I could probably make that smaller. It's not too bad. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to pull that out. Let's go into our side view. Just going to, oops, losing a little bit there. Just pop that to the front, and there we go. So okay, probably a few too many spheres there, I think. Let's get rid of that one. And what else can we borrow from down here? I quite like those. And yep, let's borrow those. And again, we'll stick these around here somewhere. So I'm just going to zoom in. And I think I'll separate those actually, just use one. Get rid of that one. just rotate that, and we'll move that into position here. And we'll do the same there. I think what this could do with is a slight bevel or something, just to sort of finish that edge off, because it looks a little bit rough. What I might do is just cut that there, and then we'll I think what we'll do, we'll extrude that. And we'll convert that to faces, and we'll extrude that out ever so slightly, not too much. We can have a spare face just on the inside edge there. Again, I'm not too worried because we can delete that. Again, we'll convert that to faces and we'll extrude those. So it looks like these back, hold it, what have I done? Oh, I've selected too many faces. Let's go again. That's because I think we've got that one there on the inside still. So when I've selected that, that's just followed that round. So we need to delete those first and try again. Okay, so just make sure, yep, that's good for me. And again, we'll just double check, good. And then we'll extrude. And hopefully this time, there we go. So that's worked out quite nicely. So it just gives that a little bit of a hiding place in there. And again, you can do what you like with that far end. I've not really gone into any detail for that for this tutorial. I just thought I'd add that in there for this small chapter. Okay, so if we just call up the rest of our image planes and stuff, so it's all looking pretty good. And I think what we do need to do, I don't know if you can just make out that lump just on the top there. I think we need to put that in there. So I think the intention for me putting that there was to have sort of like a landing light from an aircraft. So again, what we're going to do is just create a polysphere. Just zoom in on that. Just make sure, and we'll delete that lower half. And what I'm going to do is just fill that hole, convert that to face, and I'm going to extrude that a couple of times just to give it a little bit of detail. So we're going to scale that up about there, and again hit G just to extrude that again, and again, and again. Okay, so what we want to do now, let's move that into position and scale that down. There we go. So that's pretty much the whole model done. I've just seen one more thing that we need to add before we go into the UVs. We need to add the little radar that just sits under there, so we'll do that now. So all we're going to do is polygon primitive cube, just going to move that across to there, jump into our side view, when Maya lets me, and we're just going to do the similar thing to what we did at the back. And again, I'm going to extrude that just to give it a little bit more of an edge, or so it catches the light for a bit specular. We'll just move that out, and we'll just push that in, and again we'll delete the faces that we don't need, which will be the top and the bottom rows. So that's that, and we're going to create another sphere. See, these are just real simple bits of geometry that can be quite effective just to add little bits of detail. Don't have to go crazy like we've done in the engine, but I think these things add to it anyway. Even, like I say, even this simple, it can make the model look a lot better. Okay, so I'm just going to extrude that out before we shrink it down to fit this bracket part. And again, just going to extrude that back. Another extrusion just to pull that out a little bit, and there. Okay, so we don't want this big 24 sided polygon, so I'm just basically going to split that up. Okay, that's that done. Delete history, scale it down, go to our side view, basically stretch it out. And there we go. So again, that's pretty much our model done, and I think we'll call it a day on the model there for now. We'll go in and do all our UVs in the next section. I'll cover basic UV layout and stuff, especially for something like the engine. So there's a lot of little bits and pieces there, so those types of things I'm going to actually leave down to you, but I'm just going to cover the fuselage area and a few of the other bits. Again, all the principles will be the same for everything else throughout the next chapter. Okay, so that's the model finished, and next section will be UVs. Cheers for now. Okay, welcome back. In this section we're going to prepare the model for our texturing, and that means we're going to have to create a UV map for all the objects that we've got in our scene here. Now for this particular section I'm just going to cover the fuselage and sort of like tweak the front areas of it, and we'll also have a look at the canopy as well. I'm not going to run through everything because there's a lot of little bits and pieces to add projections to, and then to go in and texture. So we're just going to cover this rather large basic piece, and then the principles just will apply, or they'll apply basically to all these other parts. So what we're going to do is we're just going to switch to our UV layout, and then I'm just going to hide the unselected stuff. So as you can see at the moment, the UV layout for the fuselage is not very good. This is basically because we've been cutting the model up, shaping it right from the very beginning. When I can't remember far back now, I think we created a polyplane, or possibly a cube, and just cut it all up. And this is basically what happens when you end up doing things like that. So not really ideal. You can see if I highlight this little area here, you can see that the UVs are represented all the way down the middle there, and looking at that you wouldn't think that's where it was. So you might think that's just a small area like that there, but as you can see they're all spread out. So what we're going to do, I'm actually going to do a planar projection for this. I'm not going to use cylindrical or anything like that because the shape's a bit awkward and we want to keep it all in one go. So if I just go create UVs, planar mapping, open the menu set, and it's already on X, and I'm just going to project that on there right now. And if we just look in a shader view, you can see it's applied a shader to our projection. And now if we go back into the UV editor, you can see we've got a bit more of a better representation of the model. Now it still looks a bit squat, so what you can do is we'll just squash it down and we'll just pop it there for now, because what we'll end up doing is we'll do the one side, and then what we'll eventually do is flip the model across, flip the UV across, then join the two halves together. So that will make our model look really cool. We can have different textures on both sides of the model. So what we need to do first excuse me, is just nip in here and have a look at the areas that we're really going to need sorting out, and that's why I've thought for this particular tutorial we can look at this area. So it's quite chewed up, as you can see in here. This is why everything's overlapping, or the UVs are too small or too big. The same principles will apply to this area here as well. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to assign a new material. I'm just going to do a blin. Well, I would have done a blin. There we go. And I'm just going to drop the specular. And also I'm just going to go to my textures tab and bring in a UV texture grid, and I'm just going to apply that to the colour channel of our blin. Okay, so as you can see, our UVs are now represented by letters and numbers. This is just to give us a representation, see how everything is actually sitting in our UV space on our model. As you can see, we've got a bit of stretching going on there and a bit of stretching going on there. Now I've applied this texture to it, but it's not given us an accurate representation of how stretched or where the stretching actually starts for our UVs. So I think a good example to have a look at would be here on the front. It looks like it's just really stretched right across there. Now the thing to do is to actually see where the problems are. The thing to do is repeat. If you go to the UV coordinates for this texture and just hit the little button there, if you go to repeat UV, just increase the repeats for the texture. So now you can see where the actual problems are lying within the UV, and the problem really is just those there. Well, in fact it's probably more so in here, this area just round, and all we need to do is just basically straighten those out. And it's the same with this area here. The problems are really sort of here on the first two rows on the UVs, and it's the same with this area here. So what we're going to do, if we just jump back into our UV layout. Now Maya 2008 has got some good new tools to help you unwrap your UV map, and I'm going to use the unfold command. So if you got polygons, unfold, and that will then take all those UVs out from being, and stop them being crossed over and stuff. But again, the problem is it's still not, it's not solved any problems. Just because it's automatic and it does all this for you doesn't mean it's going to correct it. So what we need to do is we're going to detach this front end from the fuselage. I'm just going to cut the UV edges, and I'm going to right click, just select a few, and then go to select shell, and it will just, you'll be able to move the part that we just cut. So that will enable us to concentrate on these areas here for now. So if we have a look at this, so that one there, that one there, that one there, and that one there are that part of the model just there. So you can see those three polys, and you can see the UV points highlighted on the end there. And what we're going to need to do is just basically move them about. So if you just select them and move them around, you'll start to see the UVs coming back into shape. Now obviously these ones are causing problems, so just move them around to sort of get a rough idea of where they're sitting in 3D space, and try and emulate that in the 2D space that we've got here. I think some people have the notion that all your UVs have got to be, you know, really nicely square. You know, they can't be uneven or anything. The thing is really is to try and get them to match them up in this 2D space as to how they're sitting in the world space over here. So you may not actually get perfect, you know, perfectly square UVs, but you really want them to sort of follow how they're actually following on the model themselves. So this area here needs to be straight because that's the center of our model, and that's the area that we're going to connect together once we've flipped everything over, once we've done all this stuff. So now what you want to do is start to go in and get everything to sit nice and straight, or better at least. It's going to be quite a time-consuming job, but it can be very relaxing if you like to just lose yourself in your work, play some tunes and just get on with it. Some people absolutely hate doing UVs, but I'm probably one of the few that don't, so that's pretty cool. Okay, so as you can see, everything's starting to straighten out. What we want to do is get that one, push that down. You can see that, so if you push it down, the UV goes up. If you pull it up, the UVs go down. So you have to, so it's a bit of a balancing act really. Okay, so we'll just move those over there, those ones there. Okay, so we'll just shift these across. So as you can see, everything's starting to line up. Now, what I'm going to use in a second is the unfold command again, just to level out some of these UVs, because it's quite useful for that. You can use the relax command as well, but I've actually found that the unfold works a little bit better. So I'm just going to tweak those a little bit there, and I'll show you what I mean. So thing to do is just grab a few of these UV points and just hit unfold, and you can see them relax there. The good thing to do is not do it over the whole model, because you can get like a pelting effect, and although there are some pretty good pelt mapping plugins available on the web and roundabouts, I don't feel they give you a good representation of the UVs on your model. Especially I've seen on some forums and stuff people using pelt mapping for faces, and the areas like around the eyes where you want quite a good bit of detail, the UVs are very tight, so you're not really going to get a huge amount of detail in those areas. So sometimes it's best to just do everything by hand. Even though it is a bit more time consuming, sometimes it's just better than letting something automate it for you. Okay, so almost there with that. Let's get in there. So a bit of tweaking going on just there, and we'll move those up as well. And what I'm going to do again, just to balance them out quick, and we'll do these here as well, so you can see everything falls into place pretty quickly. It's pretty good. And we'll just make sure. Okay, so probably overdid it there with that one, but never mind. And then we can bring that up. Okay, so it's all starting to level out. It's not looking too bad. Again, take your time. Even if you hate doing it, just take your time, because it's this is what makes or breaks a model as well at the end of the day. Well, as long as it's a good model as well. So, but this really can help you if you do this properly. Okay, so I'll just pull these just in here. As you can see, they're all, it's all going into place pretty quick. Okay, so what we're going to do, we'll move on onto under here now, and then what we're going to do, we're just going to pull these out. Let's just level them first using the scale tool, and we're just going to move those out. As you can see, the UVs have got a bit tight there. That's just because I've just moved those out of the way. So if we start to move these, and you'll see that everything will start to balance out a bit better. And it's just really these on the front end now. There we go. And there as well. And we'll just move this across. It's not too bad. Okay. Okay, so that's looking pretty good for under there. We just got a little bit too much stretching just on that area there. That's better. We'll just level those UVs out. Okay, so that's not looking too bad. So the main thing is to go around the rest of the body or the fuselage of the vehicle and just do the same thing. And it's the same principles again with the rest of the engine parts and everything else. For smaller and really tiny parts that you're not going to go close up to, sometimes you can use automatic mapping and create a tileable texture that will go on there straight away. So it's going to, some things can save time, but some things are just worth spending the time on just to make them look really good and help make your models or scenes or whatever look really, really cool. Okay, so the other area that we've got to sort out is this front section just here. And what I'm going to do, whoops, is I'll just select the UVs on that. Okay, so if we just jump back to Maya itself in the 3D space, I think the thing to do is just, whoops, let's just deselect these. Okay, so a bit of a funny area there. As you can see, it's still a bit wonky just on there. So what we're going to do, we're going to do a planar projection on this part, but this time in the Z-axis. So planar mapping on the Z-axis, and that's that done. And then again, we want to just move it about a little bit, and then apply our shader. Okay, as you can see, UVs are quite small on there, or big rather. So what we need to do is just go to our layout and just move those out of the way a minute. So you can see we need to sort of fit this space here. What we'll do, let's just move those out of the way, and we'll just grab those and we'll shrink those down. Okay, so if we just hit 6 on the keyboard, see what we're doing. So as you can see, what we need to do is get these UVs to match the rest of the model. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to pull everything in manually. Let's just select that shell again, and I'm just going to scale that just to thin it out there, and I'm just going to move it into here. And then what I'm going to do is start to move these UV points into a rough position on the front of this model. There we go. So you can see the UVs moving once again, just in the 3D space there on the right, and again you can rotate and move these all around. Could probably actually lose one or two of those edges on there. Whoops, just missed a UV out. So if we just move these into place. Oh, I got one extra there. Aha, I missed one out in my eagerness to get this job done. Okay, so I'll just move those all about. Okay, right, so we can do these both at the same time. So that one there, we'll deselect those and we'll just move that up there. Okay, so again a little bit wonky, and you can see this isn't ideal either, just around here. But the thing we want to do now is just go to select your edges and just sew those together. Sew UV edges. So now we can see that we just got a little bit of tweaking to do around that area, and again it will take a little bit of time. Let's just delete the history, don't want that. So again it's a case of just going around the model and lining up your UVs as best possible. Try and get everything looking tidy. Okay, so I think with these bits and pieces explained as to what we're going for, I'm going to leave those UVs there for now, and what I'm going to do, go back to object mode. So basically what you need to do is go around the whole model like that. I'm just going to show you another example of projection, still again using the planar projection. So just going to show last hidden, and what we're going to do, we're going to do the canopy just to end this section off, and I'm going to hide everything else again, Okay, right, so let's just delete the history of that, and we'll just nip into our UV layout again. So that's the UV layout for the canopy, which is a bit odd. You could go in and try and use the cylindrical mapping. I'm not actually that comfortable using this onto the canopy at the moment, so what I actually propose to do is use, I mean it's not too bad, but I want to use the planar mapping again. I mean you can use this like this, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the planar mapping on the Y and project that downwards. Now we've got to worry about too much to do with the manipulator. I'm just going to turn that like that, and it also gives me the straight edge there, and then all that leaves me to do is basically unwrap everything around the framework for this. And what we'll do, we'll go over that now very quickly. So basically you can go across onto here and just go hit unfold, and then just repeat the command by hitting G on the keyboard, and it will give you a rough unfold. And for the areas on the edges, if you hit unfold, it does this to it pretty much every time. So what I've done, I'm just going to scale those so it looks almost normal, and we're just going to snap those back to the grid, so that bit's done. So again, we just want to hit unfold all the way around the edge of this canopy. Again, there will be tweaking to do for this. Just because it's unfolding, it doesn't mean the UVs are going to be exactly right. So I'm just going to do this, and again the end one. There we go. And we'll just nip down into here, and this area here is quite a bit of a, UVs are struggling in there a little bit, so that's better. We'll just unwrap the whole lot on here. Again, probably pretty tedious to watch me do this, which is why I didn't want to spend too long showing how this is all done. So I just wanted to give you an insight or a way to go around and doing your UVs. And we'll just unfold those. Okay, so I'm going to actually attach the same shader again, if I can get it on there. There we go. Would help if I hit 6 on the keyboard. So as you can see, got a few dodgy areas just going on here. Not too many. It all looks pretty good. So it's mainly these corner areas here and just across here. So just want to go in by hand and just tweak those ever so slightly, and that part of the model will be done. So we're going to end this section here, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to get the whole model UV'd for the next section. Then what we can start to do is start producing our texturing, in which case we'll be using ZBrush. So I'll see you in the next section. Cheers. Hey everybody, welcome to part 11. Just a quick recap before we go on. In the last section we covered how to create UVs
for these two objects. And in the downtime between the last episode and this one, I've gone around the entire engine and all the little gizmos that go on it, and I've done exactly the same thing. I had to do it off camera because otherwise you'd have probably about 10 hours of watching me pull points around for the UVs. So to save the tedium, that's all been done. And for this section we're just really going to cover the engine to get you going with texturing. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just hide the unselected stuff. So as you can see, I've got some UVs going on here, and if we just quickly nip over to our layouts and to the UV layout, there we go, you can see our mesh completely unwrapped in a 2D kind of space, if you will. And that's going to now allow us to take this template across into Photoshop and start applying some textures. What we're going to cover really, we're not going to do the entire engine because again I don't want tedium, if you will, on the tutorial. So we're just going to cover a couple of little bits. We're going to cover the end of the engine and the middle sections just here. I'm going to show you how to just apply the textures and add sort of effects to it, so you can, you know, maybe add metal with bits of rust or dirt, or, you know, whatever of your choice. So okay, so what we need to do, we need to get this UV template over into Photoshop. So with the model selected, if you hit polygons here in the UV texture editor, go to UV snapshot, and this will bring up a little box. There we go. And basically these sliders here enable you to control the resolution of your template that will go into Photoshop. So the size of the image basically. So we're going to do 2048 by 2048, and we're going to make it a JPEG file. You can make anything you want here. It gives you a list of stuff. You know, you can have Maya if, BMPs, JPEG, GIF, whatever. We're going to choose a JPEG, and just keep your ratios 0 to 1 because that's how we've laid out the UV. So, and then hit OK. Oh no, cancel. Hang on a minute. Let's go and then you have to save the file. So if you nip up to this little browser, and then we go to Jabber, and then we'll just nip into our SimplyMaya folder, Speeder tutorial, textures, and UV template 2. We'll save over that one. Okay, that's done. So yes, hit OK, overwrite that. Okay. So if you're doing that for the first time, you just need to type in the file name and that's all done. But because I've been experimenting with bits and pieces, I just have to overwrite that one. So anyway, if we jump into Photoshop, if we open up our template, which we've just saved off from Maya, and this is probably how it will come in. And what we need to do is also choose some textures. So first of all, I've gone through my library of bits and pieces, and I've got quite a few, well, a few samples of metal and a couple of bits of rust and aluminium. So if I just quickly open those up, okay, so we've got some scratched aluminium. So that's not too bad. There's a possibility we could use that. We've got some sort of rusty metal plating and some more sort of metal sort of peeled areas on it. Some sort of metal there. I'm not actually too keen on that one, so we'll close that off. I've got some reference as well that I'd like to use for the end of the exhaust. You know, show the heat scorching and stuff on the end of this. And this one I chose, I thought would be quite a nice idea. It's got that kind of sort of burled look about it that we could use for the metal. So I've taken it off the, that's an image off the lampposts or street lights, if you will, from the outside of my house. And also what we've got here is a bit of rust that we're going to incorporate, I think, as well into our texture. So onwards and upwards, and what we first need to do is, I'll just minimize these. Okay, what we first need to do, and the way I like to do things, is basically duplicate just going to let me duplicate the UV layout, and then give this on the background the original copy. Just make it a neutral colour. So, and we'll fill that with grey. So you can see that up there, it's filled grey. Now if we go to the blend modes, what you can actually do is get it to see-through. So if you put it onto screen in your blend modes, it will now look through the black area but still keep our nice white areas of our template, and that will enable us to be able to see through the template of the UV while we drop in our textures and fit them all together. So again, what we're going to do, we're going to concentrate on this area here and these areas just here for this exercise. As I said, I'm not going to do the entire thing because it will just take far too long for this, and you really just need an explanation of how to drop stuff in, paint stuff, use the layers, and view them in Maya. So what we're going to do, I'm going to have a look at our textures. So what we want to use, I'd like to use this one, I think, primarily for our sort of metally kind of look for our engine. So all I'm going to do is just grab the layer for that and just drag that into the document, and what will happen is you'll see it land straight in where we need it. But what you need to do is just grab it and drag it between the two layers, and what we'll do as well is we'll rename that particular layer to the UV, and then just selecting that one, we'll create a texture menu folder for this particular set of textures. So we'll call that engine main color. Okay, and what you can do, you can just drag that into there, and that's now part of that folder. So it helps to keep your files and stuff organized. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is we're just going to tweak this texture, and we're just going to rotate this around. Let's just check this out. That's not too bad there actually. I think we'll leave that on there. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to squash this just so it fits into our template a bit better. Okay. Okay, that's that bit done. And then what we're going to do is if we just grab that and duplicate it over the little sort of page turn icon at the bottom of the layer palette. So again, it's going to depend on what version of Photoshop you're using. And then what we want to do is grab that layer, and I'm using the move tool here, and then just using the shift key just to help constrain it in the axis. Go to edit and then transform and then flip horizontal. So we'll have a sort of butterfly effect, or you know, on the seam there. So if we just zoom in and have a look at that, and we'll just turn off the template, so you can see the join just there. You can see it's all a little bit matching and stuff like that. So what we'll do again, we'll just turn on our UV template and we'll just move it across ever so slightly, and we'll stretch that texture just a little bit just to get rid of that seam. Turn that off, we'll zoom back in. It's not too bad, we've got a little bit of a line there which we can clone out shortly. Okay, so I'm going to merge that down and turn on our UV again. Okay, so that's that area. Now if you're unsure of where what parts of your model are what, so all you've got to do is basically go back into Maya and basically right click in the UV editor, so onto UV, and then just select whatever components, and then you'll see those highlighted, so you know you're working in the right area. And the same with this bit here, you know, we want to work on this area and that one there, so that should highlight that area there as well, so that's great. So we're just concentrating on these areas here, and then when you come to do it yourself, all the same principles will apply to the rest of the model. So back into Photoshop, and we're going to duplicate that again just by dragging down, and then what we're going to do is we're just going to shift this down to this section, and what I'm going to do in fact is we're going to take that over those two areas there, and then I'm going to squash that into there like that, so it's not too bad. Okay, so now what we want to do is we're going to save our file off, so save as, engine color PSD. That was one I was tinkering with earlier, so we'll just replace that. And then turn off the UV template layer just by hitting the little eye icon in the layers palette. Then do save as, and then we're going to choose a JPEG file for this one, and we'll call it engine color test. And again, I'm overwriting a test I've done before. Okay, so that's already done. Great. Okay, so now what we want to do is jump into Maya. Hit F8 just to bring it back into object mode. Okay, and hit 6 on the keyboard so you can see the texture, and I'm pressing Control A now to bring up the attribute editor. There we go. Now I'm just going to click on the shader material, and it should appear. There we go. And I'm just going to right click over color and break the connection, and then I'm going to replace that with another file texture, which is going to be our engine color. So when Maya decides to wake up and open that up, we should be there. There we go. Okay, so we'll go and grab our file. Maya running a little bit slow there. Okay, so I'm going to go all the way over to the network and onto my external hard drive, SimplyMaya, and our SpeedAtute textures, and what we want is our color test, which is there. So we're just going to open that up, and it should apply that quite nicely to there. There we go. So we've done those sections. The scaling is not too bad for the metal. It could be a little bit smaller, which I think we will do that. We'll adjust that in Photoshop. You could tinker with the UVs a little bit if you wanted, but to save the time, what we'll do is we'll cover that in Photoshop. So that's all looking good, and what I'll do, I'm just going to hit 3 on the keyboard just to hit that smooth. That's looking pretty good. So it's already starting to sort of achieve the look that we want. And again, the rest of the engine, the same principles will apply to all of that as well. So, okay, so let's just put that back, and we're going to head on back to Photoshop. And what we're going to do is, I think we will actually take the size of the textures down just a little tiny bit, and all we can do is just squash those up a bit. And what I'll do is I'm going to duplicate that layer and just move it up there. And in fact, I'll put it around that area, and I'm going to merge that down. And what we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing, on the next one, and I'm pressing Control T to bring up my free transform tool, and then we're just going to tweak that just on there ever so slightly. I'm just going to squash that in. Okay, and then again I'm going to duplicate that layer and then just move that up again like that. Okay, so again we'll save the file and we'll merge that down. Do another quick save, turn off that, save as, okay, so what you'll find is a little bit of back and forth as you test your textures and stuff like that. It's just the nature of the beast, unfortunately. So what we'll do here is just reload that. So yeah, you're going to be backwards and forwards, just testing things out, stuff like that. So you can see that we've got a little bit of a line there which we can clone out, which I will now show you in Photoshop. So we're not looking too bad generally overall. A few scratches, bits and pieces that we can remove. So we'll get rid of this seam a little bit here in Photoshop now, and then what we'll do, we'll concentrate on the engine scorching, and then we'll apply a little rut just to go around a few areas on here. So we'll just go over that for this section, and then for the next section I'll get the entire model textured on the engine, and then for the fuselage and stuff we'll probably concentrate a bit more in ZBrush and how to apply textures using that. So what we want to do now is we're just going to go in and edit this seam a little bit. Now you can use the rubber stamp tool. Let's just check we're on the right layer. Okay, so we want to highlight that one. So you can use the rubber stamp tool. Now be very careful how you apply it, because if you apply it too much in one area, what will happen is the texture will really just basically go all fuzzy and blurry, which isn't very nice. So use it quite sparingly. So using the Alt key and double clicking the sample area from the texture, I'm just going to go in and just erase out those seams. As you can see, it doesn't do too bad a job. And again, you can cover some of this up with dirt or however you want to do it. I'm doing it just like this, just to show you a method of getting rid of the seam. Another way of course of doing it is if you actually select an area and then copy and paste that, so Control C, Control V, so that's not that little area is now on its own layer, so we can move that about. So you can actually do this as well, and then what you can do is apply a layer mask to that particular piece, and then with the black selected, what will happen is you can now erase that particular, or the edges of that particular piece, so you don't get that hard edge that we've got there. And as you can see there, the effect is pretty good, so it blends in quite well there. There we go. So that will get rid of seams as well, just by doing that way. And if you want to bring back the masking or turn the mask off, you can just switch the color palette to white and then just paint that back. So it's you've got a few options there for the editing. So you can either use the rubber stamp or you can use a mask. I tend to use both. It just depends on the situation, on the textures and stuff like that. So whatever's going to be quickest, I'll use for the time. So that's nice there. So that covers that kind of little area there, how to get rid of your seams. So what I'll do now is I'm just going to merge that into that piece, and so that's locked in, that's baked in, and all part of that texture as well. So that's not too bad. Still areas to pick up, but as I said, I'll pick those up when I complete the texture between the episodes. Okay, so what we want to do, we'll turn that back on, and we want to create a new layer, because we're now going to add some scorching to our engine outer. So I'm going to zoom in to this area, because that's the part on the engine that we want, and what we can do, we'll just quickly jump back into Maya just to make sure that we've got the correct area selected for us in Photoshop when we come to do that. So I'm going to just select the vertex, or the vertices, there we go, and we're just going to quickly jump over to the UV editor, so you can see that's our area that we want to concentrate on. For this, we actually want to come one more inside, which will be that area there. So if we jump back to Photoshop, and I'll just save this while we're here. So if we come back into Photoshop, so we want to sort of start our scorching in this sort of area here. So I'm just going to zoom out and back in a bit more, just so it's a bit bigger. The old eyesight's not what it used to be. Okay, so we've got our new layer, and we'll rename that Scorch. I'm not renaming these for now, because that's going to be all one part of the bodywork. So, and then what we want to do is create a ramp texture and put it onto linear. And as you can see here, I've already prepared this for this tutorial, ready to go. So basically, what you can do, you can add these little gizmos just by clicking underneath and then just selecting the colours for them in this particular picker, or in the gradient editor as it's called. I might actually take that one out, so I don't want too much orange going on, because if we actually look at our, that's okay, so if we look at our reference for the exhaust, we can hide this one away now as well. So if you look at our reference for the exhaust, you can see this end bit is quite blue and purple, and the orange is just sort of fading off there. So we're going to jump back into the actual file itself, and just going to zoom in again. Okay, so we want this line here, and I'm just going to select just slightly above it. Oops. Okay, and then sort of leave that off to about there. So we've got a little bit to play with. And also what I'm going to do, I'm just going to feather it a little bit, just give it a soft edge. So I'm going to make that 1, and so that'll just round out that just a little bit more. And again, just want to go in and pick your gradient tool, and then in that area that we've selected, basically just holding the shift key down to constrain that to a straight line, and there we go. In fact, we could probably do that a little bit more. So if I just do it to about there we go, that's better. And turn off the selection by choosing Control D. If we just zoom in, have a look. Whoops, we don't want that. Okay, so you can see that we've got our purples and stuff just there. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll save that off. We'll do a quick test over into Maya. There we go. So that's appeared. So as you can see, we need to sort of stretch that blue out a bit more there, which isn't a problem. We can do that right now. So if we just grab that, and we just really give it some welly there, just to really impose that kind of blue on there. And then what I'm going to do is just remove some of that orange. So again, I'm going to use the layer mask, but this time I'm going to choose a little bit of a bigger brush. In fact, we'll use 100. That's not too bad. In fact, we'll go for 200. And what I'm going to do, again, it's set to black, but this time just click once on the end. This is a really neat little trick. So if you click once, and then move down to the end of it, hold the shift key down, and click, and it will draw an exactly straight line, masking that area off there. Okay, so that should be okay for that. Now what we want to do is, you can see that it doesn't look like it's blending in with the metal, if you like it is on our reference here. So what you want to do is, let's click that back onto colour. If you use hard light in the blend modes, you'll get this effect, which is really, really nice. And then what I'm going to do is duplicate that so it makes it a little bit stronger, and then I'm just going to adjust the opacity back on that. So that's looking a bit more how we want it, which is great. Okay. Okay, that's great. So that's that scorch mark. Now what we want to do now is add some soot. So you can see the inside of this engine is really quite black. So the rest of this area will do black, but we'll again do a gradient for that. Now this area here is actually going inwards because we've unwrapped the engine itself. This is actually the inside going inwards that way. So this area here will actually be a lot darker than here. So again, what we're going to do is use another gradient, and I'm just going to mix that in ever so slightly. I'll just turn on the UV for that. I'm just going to mix that in with the scorch texture, and what we'll do, we'll place that layer below it so it appears underneath it, and then we're going to click that to black, and then we're just going to nip over to our gradient editor, and I'm just going to move this along a little bit more. Okay, just play around with those sliders until you're happy,
And then what I'm going to do is just drag this through. Until I'm happy with it. That's not too bad, that's pretty good. Let's have a look at that. Yep, good. That's good, I like that. And then I'm not going to adjust the opacity for this part because we're getting a little bit coming through there, but I want the inside of that to be quite dark and black. I mean, we're not going to go in there anyway when we do our final render, but it will help just to sell it if you do decide to do something sort of in those areas. Okay, so we've saved that off, and the proof of the pudding will be when we put it into Maya. So again, save as. Okay, you want to do a JPEG, engine color test. And again, back to Maya. Click on our engine, set the shader, and reload. So there we go, that's a lot more how I'd like to see that. So you can see the black area there, and then where it's just all been blasted out. So if we also hit 3 on our keyboard, just to show a quick preview smooth, you can see that that's really come along quite well there. And the rest of this will be covered black and everything else. Okay, so that's covering that little part there. So now what we want to do, we want to add some rust for the final part of this section. So I'm going to just take these out of that layer set there, and that one there, and we're going to make a new layer set. We're going to call that effects, because what we're going to do, we just want to keep it all nice and tidy. And that one as well, I'll just drop that over there. There we go. So we keep it all nice and tidy, and then we'll make another menu set, and we'll call this one Rust. Okay, so now what we want to do is we're going to go and find our rusty texture. So we finished with that one for now. There it is, that's the one we want. And then basically same again, just drag and drop that into place. Okay, so that should automatically go into that layer because it was selected, and we'll turn that off. And we don't need that either now for that. And we'll just get rid of these. So again, with textures and stuff, you can overlay them, combine them and stuff like that, mask them out, get them to make some cool effects. I will say is, don't just, if you're making a metal surface, don't just stick with metal reference. Sometimes just by playing with things like maybe a concrete texture can give you a really, really cool effect. Even if you just want the dirt or stains from it, you know, just experiment with it. So it's really, really worth sort of taking things like that on board. Okay, so looking at this one, so we've got this on. This is on normal. This is set to normal. So again, this is where play with the settings. So we've got dissolve, which really works when you adjust the opacity of the actual texture on its layer itself. We'll just quickly zip through these settings. So that's going to darken the texture over one another. That's multiply, that's really darkening the texture over the other layer. And again, color burn, that's really, really burning that into the texture itself. So these are just the other settings. So you may want to really have a look through. That's quite a good one. That's the overlay setting. That's soft light. Hard light's usually quite a good one. That's one I sort of tend to favour with sort of stuff like this. And again, you got that one there. Okay, so there's various options that you can use. I'm going to go back to hard light. Okay, and what I'm going to do is just turn on that layer there, and I'm just going to move that to there, that one, and I'm going to duplicate that layer, and I'm just going to move that across. Okay, and I'm going to merge that down, and again what I'm going to do is create a layer mask. So what I'm going to do now is actually mask out areas of this texture that I just don't require. So first of all, I'm going to get rid of that from up there because it's interfering with that layer, with that part of the okay, so all I've done is just use the fill tool there with black, and it's just hidden essentially the that part of the rust, and I'll do that for the same area down here. There we go. And now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to basically grab a brush, probably the chalk brush. Actually is usually a good one to sort of mask this kind of thing out, which is, I think this is the chalk brush. Let's just check the name. Yes, it is. So if you grab the chalk brush, and then we'll just nip in closely and I'll show you what I mean. So just by doing that, I've got it on 90% opacity. It's up to you how you do it. So there you can see it's just masking it out, creating some sort of random type strokes. You know, you can just go around in between, you know, and just, you know, add the grime and the dirt. I mean, you may just want to get rid of the entire middle section and have the rust sort of in towards the edges, things like that, you know, where it looks like it's coming apart. And also, because this area here will be the base of the engine, you know, you may want to have extra damage down there and incorporate sort of like, you know, dented metal sort of type textures and stuff like that. So I'm just going to run through this very quickly for the sake of this tutorial. But I hope it's explaining to you how, you know, the different ways of getting your textures to work, you know, by incorporating them in certain ways. So I'm just going to run this chalk brush over it. Keeps it nice rough edges and stuff, you know. So yeah, I'm just being very random with it. And again, you can adjust colours as well, so, you know, don't be afraid to experiment with the colour settings and things in Photoshop. You know, you might think, oh, it's a bit too yellow, or, you know, a bit too red, or whatever colour your textures are. Just adjust them, you know, as you go. So I'm just going to put a little bit of that sort of rusty stuff back, and all I've done is just switch the colour picker to white, because that will then unmask everything for you. Okay, that's not looking too bad. A lot of this is going to be hidden anyway by a lot of the components on the exterior of the engine, but they're going to be all grimy and stuff as well, because I want to give it that used and lived in look. And again, I'm just quickly going over these little areas. And again, also you can create custom brushes in Photoshop, so that will enable you to get a specific look for your textures and things. So, and there we go. So we're going to save that off, and we're going to get rid of our layer mask for a minute. And then replace it. There we go. So you can see that just by adding that, we'll give it a better effect, or whatever sort of effect that you're after. So let's just unhide everything. There we go. So you can see the effect that it's already starting to take place, you know, creating that little bit of realism for the engine. So that will conclude that part. So basically all you need to do for your textures now is just go around and using the same methods and techniques I just used to just do those small parts over this last episode. For the next episode, we're going to start to look into ZBrush and stuff to create more textures for the fuselage, and in between then I will get all this other stuff finished off, so it's all looking nice and ready to go. So yeah, so I will see you then. Bye for now.
Hey everybody, welcome to part 12. In the last section we began texturing our engine, and I ran through a small workflow of how to go about that. As you can see from this render, the engine is pretty much completed. There's just a few little bits sticking out there, like the engine fans and the copper coils at the back there that just require a little bit of attention. But generally that is the sort of finished look of the engine. But for this particular section we're going to be actually looking at ZBrush this time to create our textures. And in the first method that I'm going to show you, we're going to be using ZBrush combined with Photoshop. And we're going to be using a plugin called ZApplink, or Zaplink, depending on how you want to say it. And that will enable us to send template images of our model from ZBrush to Photoshop, apply the textures there, and then basically send them back into ZBrush to be made into complete textures that will enable those to be applied to our model in Maya or whatever package that you're using. So we're going to jump straight into ZBrush. Okay, so here's the ZBrush interface. Might be a little bit different to what you've seen because this is my own customized version. So various buttons like the projection master will have moved, and ZMapper has a custom button down here. So basically I've just sort of like optimized my interface for my own particular needs. So anyway, what we're going to do first, we're going to bring in our fuselage of our vehicle. So what we need to do is going to go to import and speed of fuselage, and I'm just going to open it up. As you can see, that's appeared up here in this little browser. So I'm just going to press shift key down, and I'm just dragging the model into the work area. And in order to see the rest of the model, I'm going to hit T, and that is now in an edit mode that enables ZBrush to let us view our model in any view. You know, we can pull it around and add materials and add textures and stuff like that to it. As you can see, we've got this red color that comes in by default with ZBrush 3.1. There are plugins for you available to change that, so you may want a different sort of color when you start up ZBrush itself. But I'm going to nip over here to the materials. Just open this right out, there we go. And as you can see, you've got a whole host of different types of materials. You know, chrome. But for this I'm going to use the fast shader because I want something neutral so we can see what we're doing. So I'm just going to hit on the fast shader, and there we go. Okay, another thing that we need to do is we want to divide up our geometry a little bit, and because we're doing a vehicle, we want to keep the surface fairly hard, if you like, all the edges nice and hard. We don't want to make it organic looking. So within the geometry palette here, turn off smooth, and that will enable all the edges to stay hard. Okay, and then all we're going to do is just divide up the model into around 5 or 6 levels. Let's just see where we go from there. I think if we go with 6, that should be okay. So if you just hold the mouse over there, it'll tell you how many polys you've got, and we've got over 1 million polys going on there, and we're nearly up to 2 million polys on a division level of 6. So then what we need to do now is we need to create a texture that's going to enable our colors, if you will, from Photoshop, and also composite those into ZBrush when we switch backwards and forwards. So if we nip up to the texture palette up here, if we just go to width, and just for this exercise we're going to use 1024, so I don't want to bog down the system resources at the moment. Okay, so just do that, 1024, and just hit new, and then that will create that texture there. So as you can see up here, and it will tell you which size it is. Whoops. It will tell you which size it is if you just check out the writing just there below the texture. Okay, so that's done. So we now have a texture on our vehicle. Now in order to get the vehicle views into Photoshop, and we're just going to concentrate on this side and this side, just so you have an idea of what to expect. We're going to be using a plugin called ZApplink or Zaplink, and that's available as a plugin for free from pixellogic.com, and once you've installed it, you'll find the button will exist up here under the Documents tab. So what we want to do, we want to open out the options for ZAppLink. You can either do it down here, or the best thing to do is, if you want to keep them open while you're working to save your palettes disappearing and stuff all the time, is if you just hit this little button up here on the top of the palette in the left hand corner, and what will happen is it will dock it over to the right hand side. So now what we want to do is look for the ZAppLink properties, which is just there, and it will now give you a little list of views that you can what you take snapshots of your model at various angles, and all we're really interested in for this particular exercise is the left and the right. So what you've got to do is just hit left, and just a good measure I'm going to hit right. There you go, you saw that flip across. And now what's happened is it's almost like taken two separate screen grabs and saved out a temporary file within the system. And what will happen is, once I hit the ZAppLink button, that particular file will then open up as a template for you to work on in Photoshop. So if we just have a mosey all the way up to the top, you see the ZAppLink button there, and what we can do is just hit that, and this little interface will come up, and just say OK, and it's, as you can see, it's working its magic, taking the the screen grabs rather, and those will now open up in Photoshop as a file. And there we go. Okay, so what do we do now? Well, first of all, what happens is you'll get your layer palette come up, and it will show you the shaded views of your model, and these are really almost just like templates to show you if whereabouts you're working, if you will. And these actual layers are not for working on, and they will actually specify that up here. And you'll see they have a blend mode of hard light, so because there is a layer underneath of white in the same shape as you can see there, and that's the layer really that you want to concentrate on. So what you can do, you can turn off either one of those, whichever one is your preference. So we're going to work on just on the right hand side, and as you can see, I've already opened up texture here, and what I'm going to do, I'm just going to drag that texture into the workspace here. As you can see, we can see right through it because of the blend mode of the top layer for the right hand side. And all I'm going to do is just going to move this down into position, and I'm just going to turn that off for now. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to clip this, what we call clipping, over the white template for our right hand layer, if you will. And by doing that, all you have to do is press down the Alt key, and then just hover the mouse between the line on the layer and click it, and that will make the texture fit within that template. And you know, it's still square, it's still there, but you can now see where you're editing your texture to, in what type of shape that it's going to fit into. So I'll just move that around and scale that. And if you want, you can call up your shaded layer just to have a look, see whereabouts you want to position your texture and stuff. So we're just going to butt that quite nicely there, and I'm just going to bring this down. Now, because we're working in sort of a projection, we're not working on the UV, if you will. What will happen is, if your layers or your images sort of will project in a certain axis, say for instance this is going across the x-axis in 3D space, you'll get kind of stretching running across the top of the model and underneath, and in excuse me, and in other areas where they're not actually facing in the axis that you're working in. So you'll get kind of a streaking effect. Okay, so I'm just going to move these around, and all I'm going to do is just move this across to here. Okay, and I'm working on just on that color layer, but I'm using the shaded layer as a guide where to place my textures within Photoshop. So I'm just going to hit enter. So that's not too bad. You know, you might want to reposition it or whatever, which is really cool.
Okay, so we're going to leave that at that, and then I'm going to click on the rivet, made a selection already, and I'm just going to drag that in as well. So we've now got our rivet layer in here too. Okay, so I'm just going to scale this guy down. Okay, now this obviously this is just for this exercise to show you a different method of doing this. And what I'm going to do now, I'm going to press Control and Alt and just duplicate, whoops, wrong, yeah, actually the Shift and Alt, and I'm just going to move that along. I just need to turn that top layer off. Okay, Shift and Alt, and then just move that along like that. And then again, you can use the same way of doing that, and then just move it along. And of course, you can position your rivets wherever you want. You don't have to copy what I'm doing. I mean, personally, I would make those smaller. And then once those layers, you're happy with those layers, just merge those down, which is Control E, or you can go up here into the Layers palette and merge down. So that's done, and that's the last one there. Okay, so now let's just say you're happy with what you've done, and you want to save this out, and we want to get it back into ZBrush. Well, how do we do that? Well, what you need to do is merge the clip layer as well that we've done for the sort of metal work there down into the right hand template, and also merge in down the rivets as well. Okay, so we'll just quickly zoom out again so you can see that's what we've got, and we've ended up with our 4 layers like when we started. So save that, and then what you need to do is jump back into ZBrush, and you'll get this little menu thing come up, and it will just say re-enter ZBrush or return to external editor. Well, we've done in the external editor, we've done in Photoshop what we needed to do, so basically we want to re-enter ZBrush. And what will happen is that will now retrieve the work that we've done. Okay, so there's our texture, it's gone onto our model. Now the projection's asking us, what do we want to do with this texture? Do we want it to go through to the other side? And if you don't want to rework the other side in Photoshop, you can just quite simply hit double-sided. And what that's going to do, it's going to project this texture through to the other side of your model. So just hit accept and let it think about it. As you can see up here, it's having a bit of a think. There we go, almost done. And there we go. So now there's our texture. It's been applied. So as you can see, if I just zoom in here, you can see the streaking that I was talking about. So those will be sort of things to look at when you obviously export different views of your model. They're quite easily editable. You can even do it in ZBrush. You can use that in the that will have a cloning tool as well, or you can do it in Photoshop, depending whatever's easiest for you. So anyway, that's that first little section using ZAppLink and Photoshop. For the next section, what we want to do is we're going to do some texturing using an image plane, which is a kind of a cool technique that I also enjoy using. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to just reinitialize ZBrush. So just say yes, and we'll just maximize that back. Okay, and we shall get rid of that because we don't need that. Okay, so I'm just going to make my document just a little bit bigger. Okay, there we go. And again, I'm going to import my speeder fuselage again. Again, it's an OBJ. And again, we'll just drag in the window, hit T to go into edit. Okay, and I'm just going to bring it into there. Change our shader again, and this time I'm just going to divide it up again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We'll just do 5 this time for this exercise. Okay, so again we want to create a new texture. So we're going to go 1024 and 1024. Again, depending on what your output is going to be, it will affect the quality of the texture. So this 1024, it's okay, but obviously if you're going for a really detailed kind of look for your whatever model that you're doing, because these methods apply to creating characters, whatever it is you're creating, these methods will apply. So yeah, whatever detail you're going for, obviously you're going to increase the resolution of your textures when you come to do this. So new textures on there, which is really cool. Okay, so now what we want to do is we're going to go to what is known as Projection Master, and what Projection Master does, it basically flattens your model to a workspace or a canvas, and it enables you to paint on it, deform it, paint deformations, displacement maps and all that kind of thing, and it does that in a 2D space, not in a 3D space, and this works out very well for this kind of method that we're going to use now to texture our model. So as you can see, I can just spin our model around. I'll just use Shift there to line that up, and what we're going to do, we're going to hit Projection Master. Now you have to make sure before you go into Projection Master that your texture, you've just made a texture, which is what we've just done. So what we're going to do, we're going to use double-sided, and we want fade on, so we don't get a hard line or streaking through the middle where the textures are going to join. Okay, so I want fade on, and just want colours for now. We don't want any of the shaded look or material properties. And then just drop that now, and that's now flattened to the canvas. As you notice, the interface changed ever so slightly. Right, now what we need to do is we need to create a 3D plane, and the 3D plane is going to enable us to draw our textures on to our model. So what we want to do is we come over here and just click on there, and inside this palette you can see 3D plane. So just hit that, there you go, it's come up there, which is really great. And this is now what this will do. This will sort of take on the properties of the image or your texture and enable you to draw on to your model. And just before we go any further, what you need to do is make sure that Z-add and Z-intensity are switched off, because otherwise what will happen is you'll be drawing the actual plane onto your model. And all we need to do is just draw colour onto the model. We don't want to draw depth, we're not drawing a displacement map. So what we want to do is basically turn that off to 0, so Z-intensity to 0, Z-add off, okay, and RGB intensity is on 100 at the moment, which is fine, and what you want to do is hit the RGB channel, which is absolutely fine as well. And because all we're going to do is we're going to just be dragging textures and colours onto our model. Okay, so what do we do now? So first of all, we want to go and find ourselves some textures. So if we go to import, so if you come down here to the texture button, click on that, it'll open up this little interface. So go to import, and what I want to do is go to my textures. I've got some raw textures in our speeder folder. Okay, so we want this whole plating tin, which is one we used earlier within Photoshop, and also we're going to load up another one, and we're going to load up our rivet as well. Okay, so our textures are in there, so all we need to do now is check one. So here's our texture. You can see this is the one we're using. This is 1024 by 1024, which is absolutely fine. And now what we want to do is we want to basically put this onto our model. So if we just nip into
the brushes palette here, okay, or stroke palette should I say, and that what we want to do is we're going to use a dragging method. Okay, so if we just highlight that, and again make sure RGB is on, draw is on, and your RGB intensity is on. At the moment I'm not choosing any alpha brushes because I just want to show you how to draw this on to the actual model. So basically all you've got is just click and drag. Okay, and now that is actually in 2D space, is now on our 3D model, but we can't really do a great deal with it yet. We can't spin the model round because it's been flattened, if you like, just while we paint on our surfaces here. Anyway, the great thing with Projection Master, it's one of the things I do really like about it, it can be a little bit finicky if you're not overly sure, is that once you've drawn that, you can actually move this texture around, and just by clicking on move you get this tool come up called the gyro. There's two ways of using the gyro, and first of all, again, the gyro can either work in a sort of a flattened 2D kind of way, or in a 3D kind of way, or 2.5D if you will, because we're flattened to a canvas. And it just basically depends on where you click on this tool itself. If you click inside any of the sort of open areas of the gyro, you'll see that the angle of it begins to change. Can you see that? It's basically moving across the surface. It's almost like it's constrained to the surface of the model. Okay, but we don't want to do that. We want to just keep our model in position. So all you need to do is click on the grey areas of the gyro, and it will keep it constrained in one area, and that will enable you to get a better bit of control for a sort of a more accurate kind of placement of your texture. Okay, so you can do that like that, and I think that's fine just there. And also you can scale your texture, so again use the bars on the outside. I beg your pardon, I mean on the outside of the gyro, just click on these colours and just drag basically. The gyro itself won't move interactively as such, it's just a case of you dragging on the mouse. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll do that there, and also again you can move it, still got all these options, but the minute you draw the next part of the texture, these options are lost for this part of the texture. So whatever one the last stroke you made is the one that you can only edit. Okay, and also just to show you that we can actually rotate the texture around as well. So I'll just move that back into place, and we're just going to scale that back up. Just move that along, and as you can see it's slightly off on the rotation, so we're just going to there we go, and I'm just going to move that back. That's good enough there. Okay, great. So now what we can do, if we go back to draw, and again we're still on our drag rectangle for our stroke, and again you can draw another one, and again using the same methods, move your texture into place. If you want to, rotate it, all that kind of stuff, and move it back. Okay, as you can see we've got some areas of difference there, so you could probably just sort of go in and line those up there. Okay, so that's done there. So if we go to edit or draw, turn edit off, you can go into here, into your tools palette, and you can choose any one of these brushes. It has a intensity brush, it has a clone brush if you want to go over any creases, that kind of thing. Anything that sort of Photoshop has, saturation, highlights, contrast, all that kind of stuff. So any areas that you might see like that, you can just use those tools to get rid of them or add to them and whatnot. Okay, so we've got that part of our texture on. So okay, you want to have a look at it in 3D space. How do you do that? Well, easy. Go back to your Projection Master button, hit Projection Master,
and pick up now. And as you can see, we've got double-sided on, so that texture again will be projected through our model to the other side. Okay, so we'll just wait for that to work its magic once again. Okay, so there we go. As you can see, we've got a little bit of streaking because again it was just projected through one axis alone. And we just want to rotate this guy around. There we go. So you can see the streaking through there, but the rest of it's okay. So we want to get rid of that streaking and do various other bits to this. So let's go back into Projection Master. Okay, so we're going to turn double-sided off this time, so I only want to work on that one area. Okay, and if we just do drop now, you can have faded on if you want. I'll leave that on just for this exercise. If it's turned off, you'll get harder edges for your textures as well. So if I just drop now, okay, that's ready to go. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to drag, I've got my finger on the shift button, I'm just going to drag this texture across the top here. Okay, like that. And again, I'm going to move it into a good position. Okay, and again, I'm going to draw another one. And again, I'm going to move that as well. Okay, and we'll pick that up. Okay, what's going to happen is we're definitely going to get some streaking running down the sides now on the work that we've already done, and you can see that before I've really even straightened up the model. Okay, so look, you can see the streaking running through there. Okay, great. So let's say you're really happy with that top part of the model, but it's streaked down the sides and you've just worked on it. Okay, how are we going to get out of that? Okay, well, let's go back into Projection Master. We're going to have to redo that little area, of course. In fact, what I'll do, I'll just pick that up off the canvas, and I'm just going to move in slightly because we're going to do a little bit of detailed work now. Okay, so you can see our horrible streaking that's happened there on our model. Okay, so we want to rectify this area. Okay, so we go to Projection Master, and we're going to do double-sided this time. Drop now. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to draw our texture onto our model, but only so far. So only because, as you can see, our model, it's got a bit of a shape to it there. Okay, so what we want to do is we're going to move this into position. Okay, about there, and I'm just going to scale that ever so slightly. Well, I say ever so slightly, that's quite a lot. in fact, I think we'll do it that much. And again, I'm just going to move it back. We're just going to get some bits and pieces to line up if we can. Again, this is one of those things you'll have to play with yourself until until you get it right. It can take a while, but it's pretty good. It's really very useful. Okay, so and I'm just going to scale it just a tiny bit to about there. Okay, so we're happy with that. Now then, what we want to do is we want to edit this now, this actual shape. So what I've done, I've clicked on the edit sort of lattice, if you like, up there, and also move. Now what this is going to enable us to do is we're going to be able to move the texture exactly along that edge. Okay, now all you need to do is just find an area and basically move it. And there you go. It will start to all fit into place. You can use the shift key to constrain it, move it into place, which is really cool. I love this part of the work, So there we go. And again, you can make your brush bigger. You can see the draw size going up there. I'm using one of the brackets on my keyboard. Okay, so you can just grab the texture like so and just move it around until you're happy with the placement of it. I'm using a big brush here just for demonstration purposes, but I would use a smaller one just to make sure the stuff is all sort of lining up nicely, which is really nice. As you can see there, that's all moved into place, and we can just shift those on the edges there. So that's basically moved our texture in that space. Okay, so if we go to Projection Master, pick that up, okay. Again, it's only a 1024, so the texture quality isn't going to be brilliant, but what is really good is that we've not got any streaks on this part of the model and stuff. Obviously we've got a bit of scaling issue there with the texture when we put that on. So the areas that we just put on the side, nothing streaking anymore. We've got that all sort of capped off, which is really cool. Okay, so we want to add some rivets now to the bodywork here. So what we're going to do, we're going to jump straight back into Projection Master, and one of the reasons why I've left all the edges hard for this model is so we can follow the lines, make it look like that the rivets are holding these panels together. So go back to Projection Master, and we're going to drop that down. Okay, so this time we're going to go and get our rivet texture. Alright, and we could drag it like this, but what's going to happen is we're going to get this square edge from our texture coming along, so we don't want that. So this time what we want to do, we want to choose a brush, a round brush. Now one of the best ones I find for this type of exercise is this Alpha 13. It's sort of like the right size for the rivets. Each of these alphas or alpha brushes is editable. You can go up here and there's a whole host of settings. You can blur them like so. Let's put that back to 0. That should sharpen that back up. There we go. So everything is customizable in here depending on what you want to do. You can bring in your own custom brushes and stuff and draw to your heart's content. There's just a whole plethora of stuff to do. Okay, so using Alpha 13, what we're going to do, we're going to draw our rivets. But before I do go on, what I will do is show you another alpha with a softer edge, so you get an idea. Okay, so you can see the soft edge around there, which it's not too bad. It kind of blends the textures in together. Okay, so if we go to Alpha 13, you can see this has got a harder edge. Okay, so it's up to you what you use. I'm going to choose to use the harder edged brush of Alpha 13 because it's more suited for this sort of purpose. So again, you can just drag your rivets anywhere you want as images. Let's just undo those. Okay, but we don't want to, sometimes you may want to position sort of one if you've got a curve, you might want to do that kind of thing. But generally for this particular type of work, we want something that's going to repeat these. You don't have to keep going over and over and over and stuff. So the thing to do, if we go into our stroke palette, if we have a look at the grid palette here for the strokes, if we just click on that, and I'll show you what it does. There you go. So it will reproduce in more, in bunches and stuff. So you can customize this brush, which is really cool. You can customize most of these brushes and strokes, etc. So for the stroke itself, it's got a repeat of 4. So if we put that to 0, or 1, I beg your pardon, and we'll bang this up to, for the repeats, so we only want one row, but we want it to repeat, let's say 25 times. Okay, and then all you do is just draw it out, and there's all our rivets in one go. And again, these are all movable. Okay, there we go. And we can rotate again because it's this is the last texture we worked on, so it's still kind of, in essence, it's live, if you like, on the surface until you draw your next texture. So this time round we're going to do, again, I'm keeping an eye on where I'm
on positioning, finger on the shift key to constrain that straight, and we're just going to move this down to about there, and we'll scale that up and sort of around there, and then again we're just going to move that into a position where it looks half decent, and there we go. So again, we can do another set of rivets. You may want to change the amount that that it repeats over the course of the surface. Just make sure our sizes are about right. That's not too bad. And then again, we can move, you know, you might want to put it there, down that line, wherever. It's entirely up to you where you do that. So I'm going to just leave that there for now, and then I'm going to draw another one. To about there. Okay. And again, move it into position wherever you want to put it. And it's done. And again, you want to pick it up. We'll have a look at it on the in 3D. So pick up now. Let ZBrush sort that out. Okay, we're done. Now I'm just going to press the Alt key and press inside that workspace to zoom out, and there you go. So that's a way of creating your textures for your model in ZBrush. Now to export this out, ZBrush works slightly different in terms of X, Y, Z space, and so if you're going out to Maya, I don't know about 3ds Max or stuff like that, but the texture that we've just created is there, and what you have to do basically before you hit the export button up here is just basically flip it in V, in the V value there. It will change position in the 3D space, but once you get that into Maya, it'll be fine. It'll work exactly right. So just flip V and export that out. And if you want to edit that again, just flip the V back, go back to your projection master or whatever it is you want to do, and just carry on working. And then again, just flip in V when you want to export that, and export that out as a PSD, or I think a TIFF file, or a BMP. So hopefully that's covered a fair bit of ground for you to begin working your textures in ZBrush or ZBrush and Photoshop. There are other options available to you as well, like painting and stuff like that within ZBrush, but we'll cover that another time. And I hope you've enjoyed that, and I shall see you in the next section where we're going to put all our textures together and begin to set our scene up for final rendering. So in between now and then, I'm going to be texturing this model using these exact methods, and I shall see you in the next chapter, which I believe will be part 13. So I'll see you then. Cheers. Everybody, welcome back. In the last section we covered texturing in ZBrush, and as you can see here, this is my final completed texture that I've done. I've used the methods as we've explained over the last couple of chapters. I've used ZBrush and Photoshop, and just to add these final little bits of dirt and stuff, I did actually use Photoshop for that. Nevertheless, it's both packages have done the job for what we've needed or required, and also from this particular color map, I produced two other maps. One is our specular, and one is our bump map. Basically, all I did was duplicate this file, keeping the layers as well intact. I'll just show you what I did. So I went down to mode, and then went to grayscale, and then don't merge, because we want to keep our layers, so we've got a little bit of control over what we want to make shiny or want to make bumpy, etc. So I did don't merge, and that should all go grey. There we go. So it'll go something like that, and then basically what I did, I went through my layers that I've created for the whole of the texture, and decided what was going to be needed for our bump maps and stuff, or our specular maps. So you really need to sort of judge what you're going to use. And there was a logo there. There we go. So I'll turn those logos off down there. And then what I did after that, I just did Control I, which would invert your file, and then that really became the sort of the base there, if you like. You can see it here for our bump map. A little bit of a hoo-ha there. Sort of, it's a bit too bright there for what we need. So all I did basically was just go in and darken that down, and that should do that quite nicely for that sort of area, as you can see on the one here. Now basically with a bump map, you're looking at sort of adding detail to your model, and basically how it works is anything that's got a sort of a value of white, say like these rivets, there's white there. What that means is those rivets will basically give the effect of being giving a bumpy surface to the model, and any values that are black, if you like, will be indents on the model. So these will be sort of little dinks and dents, these sort of like darker areas, and anything that's sort of greyer in between will be a lot flatter. So these grey areas will be pretty much a neutral part of the surface. As you can see, we've got some little bits of sort of lighter grey excuse me, and this will give it a kind of a mottled effect for the metal as well. And also to create the specular map, basically all I did was I duplicated this file with the layers again, and then what I did, I basically started to adjust my brightness and contrast. So something like this, and then something like this, just to keep things a bit more interesting for the model. And then what I did was I basically decided, okay, well I want to keep my dirt and stuff on there, because the dirt's going to stop things being shiny, which is basically what a specular map helps to achieve in your renders. So anything that's black is not going to be shiny at all. Anything that's sort of white will be the shiniest points, and as you can see, we've got some grey areas there, so they're going to be kind of neutral in those kind of areas. What I've done is basically a quick cheat to produce a specular map. Again, you will have to convert it to a grayscale image, but the other things to do are basically use the tools available to you in Photoshop. You might actually want sort of brighter areas on your model, so go around with the dodge tool, and whatever tools that you like to use, and make certain areas brighter or darker or whatever. It's always good to do it that way. It's probably the best way, especially when you're making something specific. You just don't want to go in and fudge it, but for the sake of this exercise I've gone in and used a very quick method to produce bits. I've highlighted various areas, as you can see, with the rivets and stuff, and I've gone around these rivets on here and just added a few little dinks and stuff to highlight where the dents and scratch areas are. So that's basically how to produce the bump and the specular maps. What we're going to do now, we're going to nip over into Maya, and we're going to apply our maps. So we'll close off Photoshop. Okay, so here's our speeder, nearly done. The engine's all textured. I've kept that on a template layer because it's quite heavy at the moment in the scene, with all the textures applied to that. And also what I did do is I created a proxy version of the model. So if we just turn this one off, and there we go. I've just created a proxy version that will enable us to move it around in a scene that we're going to set up after this episode, where we're going to render.
So, but first of all, before I go any more detail to that, let's get our model back up. So basically what we've got the fuselage, and as you can see I've done the surfaces for the cockpit or the canopy, whatever you like to call it. So what we want to do, we want to load up now our textures for the speeder's body. So just go over here, click on the colour and go and get our file. Okay, so we want the body colour, so we'll just open that up and hopefully that should pop on just nicely. There we go. So as you can see, it's really done the trick with all that stuff that we've done using ZBrush and Photoshop to get to this point. And the next part we want to do, we're going to bring in our bump map. So this is going to enable our rivets to pop in our final render. So we'll just go and grab that. So body bump, there it is. Okay. Now with the bump, the default value for the depth of your, or height if you like, of your bump map will be 1, which is going to be pretty high. If you want to do a test render with that and have a look, it's probably going to end up looking like a chewed toffee and very bumpy. So the best thing to do is just basically just drop that to a low value. So I've got that at 0.1 just for the start of this exercise. And also what we want to do is we want to go and get our specular map. And it's just there. Okay, so that's all our maps in place. The specular colour you may want to have a play with once you come to doing your renders and stuff. The eccentricity or eccentricity, however you want to say it, that will determine how tight the highlight is across the surface as well. You can again map this channel if you really want to. By all means have an experiment and have a play and see how that goes. Okay, so that's that all done. I'm gonna save this off, and then we're gonna quickly turn on the engine. A little bit of catching up to do there. There's a lot of it's quite a large image map on the engine and on the surface of the fuselage as well. So there we go. As you can see, I've in between the episodes I've gone round and I've basically textured everything on the engine. Again, the processes of showing you every single part would have bored you to tears, I'm sure, but as you can see, you know, with a bit of time, it probably took me about a day and a half to do the whole lot. I had to readjust a couple of UVs for that as well because of various bits of stretching. If I just turn off the oops, okay, anyway, let's just have a quick turn around. As you can see, it's quite heavy in the scene. There's a lot of detail in there, and there's a few image maps in there as well, which you will get in when you download the DVD from SimplyMaya.com. Everything will be made available for you to have a look over and experiment with, as well as listening to my voice droning on at you. So anyway, this is going to conclude this particular part with applying our final textures to the model in Maya. In the next section, what we're going to do, we're going to put this into a scene that's basically just going to consist of a background plate, a ground plane, and some lights. And basically what we're going to do, we're going to try and sort of get this model to actually fit into the background backplate of the environment, and then we're just going to light it up a little bit and see how we go from there. So hopefully you'll have got this far and everything's looking really, really cool, and we're going to go on to the final section now of rendering. So I will see you then. Hey everybody, welcome back. This is the final part for this hard surface tutorial, and here what we're going to be doing is a little bit of rendering. We're going to place our vehicle into a scene, that's basically just going to consist of a 2D image that I rendered out in some software called TerraGen, which is basically a landscape renderer or landscape generator. So first of all, what we're going to do, we're going to create a camera. I've got a shortcut for one on my shelf, so I'm going to pop that into the scene right now, and hopefully it should appear. There we go. Maya's a little bit slow there for some reason. So what we're going to do is we're going to go Panel, Look Through Selected. So hopefully that should come out somewhere beneath our model. Yes, there we go. And we're just going to roughly get that into a position. And then what I'm going to do, there's the old perspective camera making an appearance there. So what I'm going to do is now go to View in my viewport here, and Camera Settings, and I'm going to put on the resolution gate. As you can see, the resolution at the moment is set to 800 by 600. What I'd like to do for this particular part of the tutorial is actually make it more of a cinematic feel, so we're going to give it a widescreen look, which is a bit more fun and a bit more interesting to deal with. So what we want to do now is load in our background image that we want our model to throw or cast a shadow onto. And how do we do that? Right, well, I'll show you. So first of all, I'm going to go to Image Plane and Import Image, and we're just going to make our way up to our folder, and SimplyMaya folder, and down to our Speedatute and textures. Okay, so what I've got, let's put it onto thumbnail icons for you. Okay, so this is the image. If you can make that out in the icon there, this is the image that I created in TerraGen. But what I've done, I've duplicated that and created a more low-res version for us to work with for this particular part of the tutorial. Obviously, when you do your own, it is advisable to make a low-res version, and then when you're ready for your final render, put in the high-res, and off you go. So we're going to open this one up. Okay, that's looking great. Now, before I do anything else, I'm going to switch over our model to the proxy version, the very low resolution version. When Maya decides to catch up, once again, running very slow. Come on. There we go. Just needs a little bit of coaxing. So we're going to turn off the high res version and turn on the low res version. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's good. So what we're going to do now is work a bit larger. Okay, so that's all in place. So our resolution gate doesn't quite fit our image. So the first thing we want to do is just nip up to our render settings, or render globals, whatever you want to call them. And what we're going to do is uncheck maintain width and height ratio, and I'm going to just pop in 400 for the height, and then hopefully that should snap to the right ratio around our background image. Okay, so that's now done. So what do we want to do? Right, well, how are we going to cast the shadow across this two-dimensional image? Well, what you need to do first is create a polyplane. There we go, that's coming to the scene, and then all we're going to do is just scale that up. So I pressed R on my keyboard for the scale key, and just blow that up as far as you want to. I usually do it, sort of give it a bit over, just to be on the safe side. Okay, so that's done. So now what we want to do, I'm going to go to my render layouts, and this will bring up my little setup that I have, because I usually use perspective view, my camera view, render view, and my hypershade. So I can see what's going on in the scene. I haven't got to move my camera, you know, I can do all my bits in this view and muck around with materials and stuff here and watch my render up here. So that's fairly straightforward, and I'm just going to delete the history on that polyplane. So that's all done, and just freeze its transformations, which is great. We haven't got to do any more else to that in terms of modelling, but what we do need to do is, if we click on our little checkered tab here in our hypershade, and under Create Maya Nodes, if you just want to scroll down to the bottom of the materials there, there's a shader called Use Background. So if you just click on that, we'll just close that off and bring this up. Okay, so this is how this comes in. It comes in black, and basically what you want to do is middle mouse drag and drop it onto your polyplane there in the scene, and then we can double click the shader, and this will bring up our attributes for it. And as you can see, there's use background attributes consists of just these four really for this: specular reflectivity and reflection limit, and another one called shadow mask. And basically you want to turn off the top three because we don't need reflection or specular, but we want shadowing, so we're going to use this, which is going to be cast from the object onto the background image, but through using the background shader on the polyplane. Okay, so that's done. So now what we want to do is get everything into view. We want to get our model positioned and ready for rendering. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is going to bring this back up, and I'm going to switch to wireframe, which is 4 on the keyboard, and I'm now going to go and choose the roll tool from the viewport view menu under camera, and I'm just going to roll it slightly, and you can still move your camera. I'm moving the camera here. I'm not moving any of the objects, so I'm just using the standard sort of pan and tilt commands with the left mouse button, middle mouse button and the Alt key, but I've got the extra option of left mouse button for the roll tool as well, which is really cool and very useful for things like this. So okay, that's about right. So I'm going to select the camera now and just put a bit more of a zoom on the lens. So I'm going to put 27, so we get a bit more of a dynamic for our render. Okay, it's not too bad. And now what I want to do is just put our model into a position that's going to make it look pretty good. Okay, so I'll give it a bit of tilt. So I'm just going to hit 5 just to make sure, see what we're getting. And I'm just going to bring that a little bit nearer to the camera as well. Just bring that. Oh, I'm on object space, so I need to put it on world space. That's better. There we go. So I'm just going to bring that away from there and just higher it up a little bit, and I'm just going to tilt the nose down just for added measure, and just move it slightly forward. So I think that's a good position for us to start in. Okay, so we're going to be using Final Gather for this and a couple of spotlights for the tutorial to light and render our scene. So we're going to create a kind of global illumination effect, but we're not going to be using any spheres with HDRI images on to light the scene. All we're going to do is we're going to choose a colour from our image plane to light the background for our vehicle to sit in, and I'll show you what I mean. So if we select camera, and then we're going to choose the attributes for that, and we're going to scroll down to environment. As you can see, it's already open, which is good. So basically you want to click on the colour, okay, choose your colour picker pipette, and then pick one of the blue sort of colours. You can pick the darkest if you want, but I'm just going to pick a sort of a lighter blue down towards the bottom of the image there, and I'm just going to lighten it a bit more as well, and just take it up a bit. Okay, and what that will do, that will spill blue light into our scene all over our vehicle model, and hopefully start to give us an effect of it being in this actual scene. Okay, so before we progress to that, what we want to do is nip over to our render settings. We're all done here for the resolution and stuff, and what we want to do, we want to write out a light map for the lighting in Mental Ray for Final Gather to keep computing until we get to a point where we're happy with the light setup. Then we can freeze that light map. I'll just show you here. So while we're calculating the lights and adjusting the lighting, we want to keep rebuild on, but once we're ready with that, we're going to choose freeze, and then what will happen is Mental Ray and Final Gather will revert to the light map each time, and will therefore render quicker as well, because it hasn't got to keep calculating every time. And the great thing with this as well, once it's on freeze, you can then adjust all your shaders accordingly and watch those render a lot faster than when we set up our lights in our scene. So we're going to keep that on, and I'm just going to make a light map name, so S speeder.fg map, so final gather map. Okay, so that's done. So we're now ready to render out a test render. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pause here while we render. Okay, welcome back, and as you can see we've got a nice little render going on here. Probably a little too dark for most people's taste, including my own, but what we've got, you can see the elements are all in place for what we wanted. Basically we wanted the speeder to sit in the scene. Okay, it's not perfect right now, a lot of tweaking probably to do there, but most of all we've got our shadow being cast onto the sand at the moment. I mean, that's just the final gather shadow. I'm not even going to use a spotlight shadow or a directional light shadow because I'm quite happy with the way that is. So I don't want two big sort of blotchy looking shadows sort of sticking out over here somewhere, because if you look at the direction of our sunlight we're getting shadows just sort of casting out across this way. So I think that's ideal enough for our scene for today. So what we want to do now is we want to change over our model, and I'm just going to hit wireframe as well because it's going to be quite heavy for this, and I'm going to turn on the high resolution version, and once again I'm going to hit the pause button and we're going to do a quick render. Okay, as you can see our speeder has now rendered out. It's not looking too bad. It's probably a little bit flat for my liking, but you can see the blue colour that we made the background has also spilled onto the model, which is really good. But what we want to do now is start to add a couple of lights to pick out the sort of the edges and the main form and the sort of the glossiness and the stuff of the vehicle. So I've got a shelf up here made with some lights on, so I'm just going to add 3 spotlights. Okay, because what we want to do is we're going to have a main sunlight, which is going to be sort of like showing off where the sun comes from, which direction. We're going to have a bounce light, which is going to give us this sort of yellowy effect on the base of the model, and just to sort of finish it off we're going to put a spotlight sort of just around the side here, just to give a nice sheen, I think, down the side of the vehicle. So let's jump in there right now and we can look through the first light. So if we look through this one, and this is going to be our skylight. So I'm going to come out quite high. Okay, I'm just going to swing that sort of around there somewhere, which is pretty good. And the light is quite bright here if you look on the image. So what we're going to do is we're going to increase the intensity, so I think it's for about 165 should do it. 1.65. Okay, that's good. And I'm going to turn on shadows for the lights, but we don't want the shadows to affect the light and the ground. So for all 3 lights I'm going to turn off the light link in to the ground plane. Okay, and that's done. Okay, and I think what we're going to do, actually that should be 6.5, not 6.05. And what I think we'll do, we'll add a tiny little bit of blue to the main skylight. Just take that up, just to get it to help sit in the scene a little bit more as well. Okay, and then the second light, if we look through that one, and we're going to use this for our ground light, or our bounce light from the ground, again to help it sit in the scene a bit more, as if the vehicle was reflecting the ground a bit. Okay, so that's pretty good there, and I think we're going to drop the intensity on this one, so that's going to be about let's do a 0.3 for now for that one. And again we're going to choose a colour from our ground image. Now I'm just going to brighten that ever so slightly, just so it picks out and you can see where I'm going with it. Okay, and we don't want shadows on this at all, which is really cool. And lastly, we're going to leave this light white, the third light, and we're going to look through that one and swing that round. We're going to bring that back a bit, I'm just going to get it to sort of sit just off the back there of our model, and hopefully that will give us a nice little sort of white edge just coming down the side of the vehicle. So I'm going to drop the intensity of that light to about 0.5. So again, we're ready for a test render, so I'm going to hit the pause button and I'll see you once this is done. And we'll just pop one of those in there for good measure, and we can do a comparison once we're back. Okay, so our render has popped, and let's just do a quick comparison between this and the last image. So there we go. So just by adding those three lights, it's helped to sort of bring it out. You could probably do with a bit more tuning, but we're not going to go into that completely, because setting up rendering can take up quite a lot of time. But hopefully this would have given you some idea of how to go about this certain technique for putting your model in the scene against a sort of 2D background. And then all you basically really got to do is tune up your intensities with your lights, get the light colour right, light angles right, and then hopefully you'll have something that will fit into the background quite nicely. The other thing as well to remember is that you can render the vehicle out separately, and again you can colour correct it in Photoshop if you don't want to keep re-rendering and re-rendering in Maya. So with that, what we will do, lastly I'll just quickly cover the FG, the final gather map that we created earlier. So we're happy with our lights now, so what we can do, our light map has been created, so we can now freeze that, and the lights will now read, the lighting in the scene will now read from this particular map that gets created into your directory automatically. And what this enables us to do is to now tune our materials very, very quickly. And so that's frozen, as you can see there. And what I can now do is select, let's say, the canopy, and I'm just going to graph the materials for that. So let's just say our glass is looking too reflective or too bright, so you can just double click on that, and I'm going to turn the reflectivity down, and I'm just going to turn the diffuse down as well, just to really darken it, just for this particular exercise. And then what you can do, you can render out a region in there, and I'm not even going to worry about pressing the pause button this time for the render. Hopefully this should render out quite quickly. There we go, starting to go already, and you can already see the difference. There we go. So that rendered in no time at all. So again, you can just keep going around your model, and hopefully start to fine-tune all your materials very quickly, and also get something that's going to sit in the scene a lot better. Okay, so I've just adjusted the highlight down the side of that. So once again, we'll just drop that in to there, and then we'll do a render with a slight difference. And there we go. So there you can see the highlight has become a little bit wider and a little less harsh. And there we go. So if we just do a quick comparison, see, there you go. And what I'll do, I'll just blow it up onto the higher, to a bigger version on the screen for you there. As you can see, so you can see that highlight's faded back a little bit. And basically that's how you go about this process in this sort of situation. So hopefully you've learnt something from this. And if you do have any queries for this tutorial, please don't hesitate to contact me, Jay, or Jason Edwards, at SimplyMaya.com. You can usually find me lurking on the forums, so please don't hesitate and send me a PM if you do get into trouble with this particular tutorial. I hope you've enjoyed it, and once again, thanks very much for listening. Cheers.